is One Leeds. Welcome back to the latest video. This video, as always, is sponsored by Shop GNO, The Job Match Group, and Match Bingo. Let's get into it. First up, the Job Match Group. Whether you're looking for your next big gig or just browsing, the Job Match Group has niche job sites made just for you. F1, retail, security, and loads more. They're about matching the right person to the right job. Make sure you check them out if you're ready to level up your career. Then we've got Shop GNO, an exciting new e-commerce site where you can grab exclusive deals and discounts. Right now, One Leeds has an affiliate link just below where you can score a 25 quid membership for free, unlocking special rates and benefits. You can even list your own shop on there with way better rates than Amazon, eBay, and Vinted. They've got some Leeds bits and some general bits now and launching soon, plus some great prizes just for signing up. This is all powered by a massive Leeds United fan looking to make waves in the online shopping world. So check them out and support your local. And don't forget our mates at Match Bingo. They're smashing it with footy fun. You can get 5 bingo cards for the price of 4 through One Leeds, and you can even deposit just a £5 at a time to join the action. It's a big chance to win whilst having a blast with your fellow Leeds United friends. Thanks to all of our sponsors. Check the links in the description, and let's get on with the video. Hello everybody, good morning. It is deadline day. What is going on in your world? Let us know in the comment section below. How are you feeling? What's going on? I'm just sat outside the tunnel, as you can see. Thought it was right to just switch it up a bit. So yeah guys, what's going on in your world? I've got my Red Bull. I've got my double espresso. I'm basically going to be on the toilet for the best part of about 6 hours, I think. So, yeah, today we're speaking everything Leeds United. It is deadline day, and I want to know your thoughts in the comment section below. I want to know what you're thinking, you're feeling. I'm detecting a little bit of a negative vibe already because there's people already going, oh, Connor's intro, I'm going to see this twice today. As if, you know, you've not been doing that all window anyway. So I can tell there's a bit of aggravation in the chat already. What I will say, everybody, is in general, we're here to talk about rumours. We're here to talk about, you know, if the Leeds do make signings, we're probably going to come on a couple of times today, maybe even after the window ends at 7 o'clock, and we'll go through it. We'll go through it. We're going to go through everything. And, yeah, don't take it on me. It's not my fault that Leeds haven't done enough business, if that is what you deem fit and, you know, appropriate. It's not my fault. Don't start projecting it onto me because you're frustrated. I am literally here to give you guys the news and to give my commentary on what I think Leeds United need to do. Let's go through a couple of your comments, see what's going on. Morning, Connor. Anything interesting going on today? Slightly worried, not full meltdown like most. Crapping my pants about today. Not used to the 7 p.m. close. Yeah, it is true, mate. It's a big change, isn't it? It's a big change to Leeds United right now. We have a completely new form of the deadline day in terms of it ending at 7 p.m. I mean, deals can be formed, you know, finalised after that, etc., all that good stuff. But I have a hum noise in the background, have I? Right, okay, apologies. That is the fan. Should be better now. So I'm just going to roast in this room as well as going to the toilet all the time. I've said it. Bring Sargent. Honestly, can't see us bringing anyone in. Connor, I don't understand why you haven't personally called Underwood with your club links you have. Tell him to sign some players. I don't have club links, mate. I've got links in the journalism world. Every now and again, I'll hear a bit and I'll tell you guys. Yeah, I'll tell you guys what I know, but it's, as you can say, it's pretty rare. I don't come on videos and just say, oh, well, we're signing this. It never really happens. I just kind of come on here, and if I do hear something, I'll tell you guys. So, what do we know? Right, let's start with Hamer, which is like the primary, thing that's going on at this moment in time, or what we expect to go on. In fact, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll touch on what's gone on window-wise. That's what we'll go on and say what's happened so far, right? So it's deadline day. Leeds have brought in 10 new players this summer. A mix of defence, midfield, attack, okay? So when you go through the deals, you brought in Jacobiel, Seb Barnow, Gabby Goodmanson, James Justin, Lucas Perry, Sean Longstaff, Stack, Calvert-Lewin, Noah Okafor, and I think Metcha. Metcha's not on there either, but Metcha. So we've spent in and around 100 million quid. That's what Leeds have spent so far. But despite that, we all know that Leeds have to go out and get more signings. It's really basic. It's really basic. We all know we need more. When you're watching Leeds United, you absolutely know. I said this several times as well. It's the general media now. The general media know that we need to sign players. You know, the Everton game was turgid, but it didn't matter. Leeds got a result. Brilliant. But we were so lacking against an Everton side of which was patched up in the fullback area with Garner been in there and Jake O'Brien been in there. But still, it was a really good result. But we were really, really struggling in that final third. And I mentioned this a fair few times. Like, why are Leeds struggling? You know, Dan James, that step up. There's always been a question on this channel about Dan James and the step up. Can he do it? Can he make it? I think right now what you're seeing is quicker fullbacks. I think you're getting fullbacks who defend the space before the player, which they don't do in the Championship, and Leeds don't have that much of the ball. So when Dan James does have the ball, it's focused on a lot more, because if Leeds are in a transitional moment and he doesn't provide the right output, you turn around and, like we did at the weekend at points, you go, well, why hasn't he done that? How hasn't he done that? Come on. So that's the context of it. And Willian Yonto on one side as well isn't quite working at this moment in time. I think we're all aware that he needs to really now be on the right and have a partnership with Jayden Bogle, which seems to be really good in pre-season. But Leeds are missing pace. We're missing flair. We're missing creativity. We're missing innovators. We're missing a lot, I think, in that final third. I would have added a striker, which I think was realistic. I think we could have added a striker, a left back, a sustenance for Gabby Goodmanson, but obviously that seems to be Jack Harrison now. I would have added a striker again, and I would have added a cam and another midfielder as well, or another winger. So we reopened talks with El Canoes. It looked like before the weekend started, that was the rumours, and it was very, very heavy. It looks like Stuttgart have got their man. They were close to getting Facundo Buenanotte. That hasn't happened. Chelsea have come in last minute. Edouard Spurzian, that's been ruled out. I think from the Krasnodar side, they've effectively said he's not moving. But I wouldn't have wanted Spurzian anyway. It's too much of a risk. We mentioned it last night. It's way too much of a risk. You're looking at a Russian league, which, my goodness, the standard is so poor. I mean, there's a compilation of him going round, and I'm thinking him coming to the Premier League, that is like a 20-tier jump. You know, and if he's our marquee signing, it doesn't strike you with optimism. So then Gus Hamer, we got into the weekend, and Gus Hamer is the big one, right? So we're all turning around and going, right, what about Hamer? This, that, and the other. Is it likely? Blah, blah, blah. So you guys know, if you're OGs of the channel or we're just on last week, what I was told, the deal was coming out from multiple sources, not just myself. It was, I think a lot of people had the same source, or, whatever, the same origin. 2 million up front, 15 to 20 million obligation. Gus was fine with the move. PSV have always kind of been lurking in the background anyway. Feyenoord were looking at him earlier on in the window as well. That didn't quite happen. But Leeds, he wants to play in the Premier League again. Leeds were there. 95% done. And that's what I said on the channel. That's what I was told. But I also said on the channel that 5% is massive with Leeds, because that 5% was where Buenanotte was. It's the medical, it's the signature on the paper. It's, it was 98% done, wasn't it, with Dan James when he came to Leeds from Swansea, but he didn't get done. So it's all well and good saying, well, the deal's effectively in the background been agreed. Hamer would do it. His agent's cool with it. This is the deal structure. This is the framework. But I didn't say it was done. I said it was 95% of the way done. That doesn't mean it's done at all. It means that you're arguably getting to the stage now in the window. If there's 5% of that deal to be done, that 5% is the hardest bit to get done. So the deal was close, but now over the weekend, as we've seen with multiple deals with Leeds United, there doesn't seem to be that much going on right now. Now, the disappointing thing for me right now is Gus Hamer, for me, especially when you're looking at rivals getting certain players they're getting for 45 million combined on one day, or whatever it has been, when you look at Sunderland, and they're able to change that round and actually send a player back who they've just got in Mark Guiu back to Chelsea because they know it's not going to work, then go for another striker on top of that in 24, 48 hours. Because last week, Broby wasn't moving anywhere. Now he's effectively a Sunderland player for 25 million quid. That is turning round very quickly and working. So the finger is naturally going to be pointed at Leeds United. And the reason why people are bringing up Sunderland a lot is because they're getting business done quickly. And we've had months to prepare for this. Months. So I think how we're looking at it right now is I think the reinforcements across all areas. There's been strong midfield additions. I think the midfield looks good. The defence looks good in terms of the centre backs. I think there needs to be more depth, I would say, as well as James Justin with the full backs. I think Calvert-Lewin and Okafor are decent additions, but they need to prove it. And I think there's been an almost smart strategic use of funds, okay, under PNS constraints, which we clearly have, and Sunderland don't have as tighter restrictions as we do. So my concerns going into today is there's no standout creator, innovator, like we mentioned. The midfield lacks flair. Got Tanaka in there, but it lacks flair. Keyword. The late deals have collapsed. When you look at Buenanotte, you know, I would love us to go in for Muniz again. That would be lovely. Could there be a couple of Fulham wingers that we maybe go for? Potentially. You know, with them adding significantly in their attacking phase, potentially. Farker saying that there's still vulnerability in this Leeds squad. And yeah, so look, I think overall there's been reinforcements. It's been a solid window. But as we are here right now, it's not been good enough, in my opinion. Not been good enough. Right now, I think we're looking at a 5 out of 10 window. So, yeah, it needs to be a big day. And from what we can see as of right now, I mean, Leeds have put a post out and we've got to wait. And I've said multiple times, I am not judging them until the end of the window. You know, I'm not going to judge on them. And I'm not going to say the 49ers this, the 49ers that. But I believe, this is what I believe. I think that if Leeds don't bring in any more additions, bluntly, I take out the first 3 results because I don't think that will be a continuum through the season. I think it's going to get harder. I think the squad is going to get stretched with injuries, you know, with fixture pile up in the Christmas region. And we've not seen, you know, real strong runs from the likes of Okafor recently in terms of match readiness, sharpness, etc. DCL, really, still getting into the rhythm. Mecha will still be getting into the rhythm. When you're kind of looking at this right now, if Leeds don't get any more bodies in and we're going into the Premier League season with sustenance in terms of shoring things up of Harrison and Aronson, right now, Leeds United will be a championship club next season. 100%. 100%. So this is kind of why today is so big. So big. It's such an important day for Leeds, getting the right deals done and getting the deals done that are appropriate to supplement our attack. That's what I think. So this would probably be something of which I would maybe expect at some stage of the window if Leeds' deals haven't quite got to a stage of which we're happy with. I could see as Solomon still wants a Premier League move. There's no other Premier League clubs looking at him. So I would probably look at this and say Leeds may go in again for that. And look, at this moment in time, with Ramazani gone, with Solomon gone, does it improve us wide left? I guess it gives us an element of competition. If I'm to be slightly pro and positive about it, it gives us an element of competition. Is it a good sign? Is it the right signing? No and no. Not for me. From a Premier League standpoint, you'll get people just going, you just don't want Solomon back. And they can't actually articulate or give evidence as to why it wouldn't be a good signing based on Premier League level, why he would struggle, in my opinion, and has struggled against fullbacks in terms of fullbacks' tendencies and how good they are at the top level, why they are top defenders ultimately first. Mentioned before, they defend space before they defend the attacker, which is absolutely unequivocally clear as to why they are the top defenders in the world, because it's very system based. It can be compact, it can be man for man, it can be aggressive, it might not be aggressive, but they can really fluidly change the game, the fullbacks at the top level. And it's not just fullbacks as well. Wingers will naturally help that fullback. They set traps, pressing traps, and I think you saw Brentford as an example trying to do this to Sunderland the other day, and Sunderland have just got good ball progressors in that central midfield, so they didn't really fall to Brentford's tricks. But Yeah, the fullbacks at this level are so good that I think this guy would struggle, and I think he has struggled anyway when he's been available. So, and there's injuries on top of that, but would it improve us right now? Another body coming in as Manor Solomon? It probably would. It probably would. Because he's a body, he's a player who has done well for us last season. As I've said, I don't think it'll work, but he's a player who's done well for us last season. Leeds look like we'd be able to get this one done because I think we're the only club interested. So yeah, that one for me looks like that maybe is one that could be done. But we'll have to wait and see on that one. I mean, you look at this as well, Edward Spurtian. I don't see this one getting done. I think they've commented on it several times. Melee is going to be interesting to see what happens this window. I think he will probably leave Leeds, which is a good move for Leeds. I think outgoings are really important today as well. You know, it's all about preparation as well for the season, getting players in, but getting them out as well. Really important. Tolu Arokade, there's conversations about him potentially going to Wolves. There's also Lucas Paqueta, which when we're looking at our rivals, I think it's really important to look at stuff like this because him leaving West Ham would have been massive. Looked like with his statement last night, he won't be leaving West Ham. Obviously, with them getting a 3-0 win yesterday, that was important. Not great for Leeds. West Ham and Wolves are the ones you want to be dragging down, and bringing players in like this guy and maybe Strand Larsen, keeping hold of him, are going to be big for Wolves. So it's not all downbeat for Leeds, but we all know what needs to happen. We all know what needs to happen today. And if we get to 7 o'clock and there's been no signings, what more can you say? What more can you say when it comes down to it? You know, it is a situation of which Leeds are putting themselves in a extremely risky situation. So we'll wait and see what happens. And I'm just going to get into a lot of your comments. I'm not going to come on here and tell you that there's going to be breaking bits done. From what I understand, from what I've been told, the little that I get told, and I'm not an ITK whatsoever, Gus Hamer, the situation is, I'll read it out word verbatim. The situation is with Gus Hamer. The agent is trying to get the best deal, as to be expected. PSV and Leeds are into it. The agent's likely trying to spark Leeds into action. He'd get more money at Leeds, but probably prefers PSV. That's the latest we've been told. As I said, 95% of the deal done. Doesn't mean it's anywhere near done. That 5% is absolutely massive in football. Massive. Harry Wilson, Connor. Yeah. That could be a good one, couldn't it? Could be a good one, Harry Wilson. Obviously, with them having players coming through the door as well, potentially. Let's get into a few of your comments in the section below. We're going for a while as well today, everybody, so please let me know your thoughts. George Burton says, "How many do you think we bring in?" Connor, good stream. Thanks, buddy. I'm gonna stay positive. I'm gonna stay positive, and I'm gonna say 2. Mentally, we have to still stay with 2. We have to think that we're going to get 2 bodies in. I think the manager said what he needs. You got to back him. You got to back him, and I think they've done a good job through the window. But there is no way. Look, and I think the manager is to look at for Ramazani. I think the manager's to look at for Ramazani, but ultimately the club have backed him. Ramazani's gone. I think Ramazani would be an asset for Leeds United in these transitional periods, but the manager doesn't want him. So if the manager doesn't want him, that's fine. You've got to make judgments. Why did you bring him in the first place for this manager would be my question, with what you know with Ramazani and what you've known with other players when the manager doesn't like certain things, which is fine. And you back the manager, so you've got to bring in profiles of which the manager will utilise. So this is another point. It's another point today. You've got to go out. You've got to go out and bring in players that Daniel Farke will use. There is no point in bringing a Ramazani in. There's no point. I've said this on the stream the other day. There's no point in bringing a Jed Spence in. There's no point in bringing players like this in who don't fit what the manager wants. There's got to be an understanding when you get, and I feel that this should be how it is anyway. And I know Okafor was on the bench at the weekend. I'm not going to start making grandeur statements and saying this means that Farke doesn't want Okafor to be involved, but Okafor will be a style winger. He will come in for certain games. Maybe when Leeds need a goal. Is he going to come on when Farke wants to get a point? I don't think so. I think it's going to be clear that Jack Harrison will be the go-to sub. Aronson are going to be the go-to subs. But then again, Farke wants players in. Wants players in. You know? You've got to go and get players that the manager wants. You've backed him. You have backed him. So if you've backed him, you've got to go out and bring the players in that he is going to utilise. If he's just going to put them on the bench and he's never going to give them minutes or whatever, that is what the manager's prerogative is. He's in charge. We can all turn around and say, Daniel Farke's done this wrong, this wrong, this wrong, and this wrong. He's also got 4 points in 9 games. So this is where, over here, we try to be as balanced as we can. Okay? Farke, in my opinion, doesn't always get it right. And that's constructive criticism. That goes for anybody in any walk of life. Me, you, whoever. Any walk of life. But there are things that he does get right, you know? And he's got 4 points in 9 right now. And he's saying to the board, I need players. Has he got it wrong with players going out the other way before? I think he has got it wrong. Yeah, personally. But overall, we can blame Farke, blame Farke, blame Farke, blame Farke. But if a workman, you know, if he doesn't have his tools, what we're going to say? And right now, there is still an argument that Ramazani, Okafor, Metcha, Calvert-Lewin, James, Nonso, I don't know if I said Nonso twice, but that is probably not good enough for the Premier League. Probably not good enough for the Premier League. So you've got to go and back him. All right? And now Ramazani's been taken out of that as well. So we can look at him for Ramazani, and I think that is a Farke thing. I don't think Farke ever wanted Ramazani. I think that was a 49ers signing. I think Solomon was pushed. Well, I know he was pushed by Farke. So that made a lot of sense. But why go and get Ramazani in anyway? That doesn't make any sense. But Leeds did get Solomon in towards the back end of the window, of course, and that is depth out there. And, you know, you've then got to look at it and you've got to think to yourself, well, if he's not going to use these players, don't bring them in. Is he going to use a Hamer? Is Hamer going to be a little bit... Is Farke actually... And look, they'll have sorted this by now, surely, if they do go in for Gus Hamer, that Farke will, you know, want this player. But you've just got to have certainties that it's aligned from the top. That's what I hope. Anyway, it's aligned. You know, the owners want a certain player in, the recruitment team want a certain player in, and then Farke's going to use him. So there's a lot to talk about. And right now, I think we've got to wait. I think we've got to be as you know, not as realistic as possible. I think that's the wrong word, but I think we've got to be as patient as possible. We've got to look at it and we've got to think, right, okay, there's a long time, not a long time, but you know what I mean, in terms of the day. You know, we've still got a period of time left where Leeds United can do a bit of business. And that is true. That's the realism right now. But as that clock ticks towards 7 p.m. and nobody is coming in, and I hear this a lot as well, stop talking about Sunderland. Sunderland are a completely different, they're a completely different kettle of fish to us. You know, they've got more wiggle room when it comes to PSR. They're making a big splash. They've got a completely different recruitment team in Gisolfi and who's coming from Roma and looks to be doing a brilliant job. And obviously KLD as well, who has been building their squad for a number of years now. And it's completely different. You know, it's completely different to where Leeds are. Leeds are in a transitional phase right now when it comes to Wonderwood and the whole department changing now. Hammond going out, you know. Steinson, I know, he didn't have a lot of dealings with transfers, but he'd always be in the picture, wouldn't he? There's been a massive transition. So, but Leeds have had a long time now, and that we were told from the Athletic that they were speaking to players. They were speaking to players from March, April onwards. So they've got to go and make a stand, you know, even if it's a loan. I've always said to you guys, look, give them time, wait till the end of window, then we judge. Right now, this is not good enough. Right now. We could go to the back end of the window, and then we could turn around and say, brilliant. But what do you guys think? Let me know in the comment section below, and we'll get into a couple of your comments. Let's have a look. But can I just say as well, to balance this, they could come out with an absolute worldie. They could come out with an unbelievable signing, a nice little market opportunity. You all thought that was a beer, didn't you? A nice little market opportunity, and they could bring in a couple of players. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. But if we're actually able to maybe get, I don't know, what would be, it's not even worst case scenario, is it? It's just maintaining fitness again. But you go out and get like a Buendia on loan. But then, few of you mentioned in the chat Harry Wilson, right? I'm not saying that's going to happen. But you go out and get Buendia and Harry Wilson, right? Or Hamer and Harry Wilson. It's a decent end to the window. It's a good end to the window. Yeah, but you got to go out and do it. And for those who have been with me throughout this entire period, which has been 3.5 months on the rumour mill, and turning around and saying, Leeds fans think it's Football Manager, Leeds fans think it's FIFA. Some do, but I think a lot of people on my chat are very realistic, and we need certain players to stay up. You can't look at the first 3 games and say that's how the season's going to go, because it's not. We literally don't have enough potency in the attacking third, and that has been a thing. We've not scored a goal from open play yet. We look a little bit weak on set pieces. We've managed to grab a couple of points, 4 points, which has been amazing. Really good end, but we cannot let that take away and sort of glow on Leeds being good enough toward the end of the season. And you can't also say that because the manager's saying it. The manager is saying right now, we need more players in. He said it throughout the window. So, look, when we're talking about generating funds, you got to generate funds by bringing, selling players as well. That's what you got to do. You got to be able to sell players. Leeds haven't sold enough. We haven't sold enough players so far. So that's naturally going to impact things as well. But you've got to go out and bring players in. Of course you have. So let's hope that happens. As I say, I'm doing the very much worst case scenario. But best case scenario, imagine you go out and get a Harry Wilson. Imagine you go out and get like a Buendia or a Hamer, right? To end the window. That's a really, really smart end to the window. Scott says Sheffield United as a replacement lined up for Hamer if he was to leave. Danny Hall, apparently Manhoof. I think that'd be a really good addition, mate. That'd be a really good addition. But yeah, I agree. They need to really. I think Hamer will leave. I think he will leave. I think he will today. But we'll wait and see. Cameron says Buendia would not be underwhelming a creative spot. Cameron, it's just more about fitness, mate. It's more about fitness. That's what it is. Reported Solomon is staying at Spurs. Well, look, if Leeds were to put a bid in for Manor Solomon right now and it's 15-20 million, Manor Solomon would not be staying at Spurs. No way. He wouldn't. So, yeah, things can change in the window. If Leeds were to put... Do you think Tottenham had turned down 15-20 million for Gus Hamer, for Manor Solomon right now? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So, things can change. Knox says to get rid of Schmidt and Rammer before we have replacements is mental. I'm so frustrated that we are still in this position. Okafor, DCL and Metcha will come good. Biol is solid. Proby to Sunderland makes me sick. Sunderland survives. Let's have a look at what some of you guys are saying. George says, let's have a look at Flight Radar. Yeah, guys, do us a favour. Slap a like on the video. We're going to be going a couple of times today as well. Might even have a post like conversation. But who would you guys want? Realistically, who would you guys want? I mean, there is a conversation of Jadon Sancho, right? So Jadon Sancho looks like he might be moving to Aston Villa. So would Villa, then with their PSR problems, which they're struggling with at this moment in time, let Emi Buendia go to Leeds United? Could be a potential there as well. Little things you got to think about as well. Players leaving and then coming in. Players leaving, then coming in. Hold on a sec, guys. Right, so believe this or not, fine. Don't care. It's not an ITK thing, but as I've said, every now and again you get something. Visitor Newcastle. Let me listen to the rest of the voice note. Visitor Newcastle, and this is what I'm talking about with dominoes starting to fall. So Visitor Newcastle. They're going to use that money for Joey Veerman at PSV. Okay? Visitor Newcastle. Brentford then use that money for Joey Veerman at PSV. Stay with me. PSV will then have the money to pay for Gus Hamer. PSV won't pay the money for Gustavo Hamer unless they sell Veerman and have the money for that. And then because Visser has gone to Newcastle, Brentford are going to try and go for Joey Veerman. Will that prompt Leeds into action? None of what was said on this stream, my French, was bollocks. All of it absolutely bang on. But from said person, people just don't want to hear it. Leeds were £3 million away from the valuation of Gustavo Hamer. And now there is £1 million in it. Apparently, I'm trying to work down the dominoes for you. As I've said, not ITK, but believe it or don't believe it. So she said she'd be surprised if Leeds didn't go in again. If there's £1 million in it, which might be rubbish, might pinch of salt. As I've said, this isn't confirmed. So just what I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you. The deal is apparently that obviously we said on here from bang and then confirmed by bang, bang, bang. Exact same. The deal was spot on, but Leeds are off it in terms of valuation. So there is interest. There is interest in Gustavo Hamer. Looks like there maybe has been bids that have gone in. Maybe have been bids that have been suggested. Apparently there's £1 million in it. So said he'd be surprised, or she'd be surprised if Leeds didn't come in. 15 million quid, I think it is. So loan for 15 million quid obligation. So exactly what people were saying online as well. So it's the same deal. And she was just saying to me that people don't like hearing it because it's like, oh, if it doesn't happen, you're talking my French bollocks. Just not. We've said this before, because a Buenanotte deal didn't get done doesn't mean the initial deal and the initial contact was bollocks. That's what they'd want you to believe, because it's like, we missed out on a target. No, it's not, Nancy. It's not, Nancy. Good link, though. It shows that you watch it. We'll wait and see, though. We will wait and see. Got a little look. That was great, wasn't it? You all enjoy that? Do you all enjoy that? Connor, have a look at Flight Radar. As I keep saying, it could be rubbish. It could be rubbish, all of that. Okay? Not ITK. Pinch of salt, please. Just letting you know what I've been told. Could be bollocks. Could be rubbish. Let's see what's saying. Connor, what's your point? What do you mean, what's my point? My point is exactly my point. The signs from the club isn't being busy in the final hours of the window. So let us know, everybody. Anyway, when it's as I said, this is the domino effect, isn't it? The domino effect is Visser goes to Newcastle, which looks like it's confirmed. Brentford then go in for Joey Veerman at PSV. PSV then have the money for Gustavo Hamer and then pay it up front. That should spark Leeds into life, you'd expect. But for all of those who think that Gustavo Hamer is not of interest to Leeds and we're not doing it, I can tell you now from so many people who I respect, and that's it. I think I've had one thing this entire window, and it's been that last week from Gustavo Hamer. And it might not happen, but that is the situation right now. That is the situation, apparently. But yeah, we'll wait and see, I guess. Oh God. There you go. Dan says Underwood has been schooled in this window. Anything difficult, he has dropped the ball. How are we struggling? I think that's what I'm saying, mate. You can't be struggling with Gus Hamer. You can't. Look, the optics of it isn't great. There's 30 minutes. They're 30 miles down the road. Okay, it doesn't have to do much. It doesn't. I presume he's got kids. Doesn't have to take his kids even out of school. That's how close it is. Leeds are right there. His best mate plays for Leeds. Come on. If you want Hamer, it says to me they don't want Hamer. It says to me they've got other options. And we knew from The Athletic at the very start of all of this that Leeds United would effectively go for championship players if they didn't get their main targets. Now, if you look at Fulham and what they're going for, would Leeds maybe go for Harry Wilson? Maybe. I don't know. But would that be a realistic one? Visit to Newcastle, agreed, confirmed by Sky Sports. What we all thinking then? What we all thinking we do? Do we think it's going to be a case of getting towards the end of the window and Leeds getting... I tell you what I reckon is going to happen. I'm going to go with... Should we do bingo? If you get it right... What happens if you get it right? And it's boring if someone says none, isn't it? Leeds don't want Hamer, Graham's. Well, okay. See, now I'm gonna get loads of shit. This is why I've said to you, look. But that would make sense right now, wouldn't it? That would make sense, right? Because PSV are gonna get the money for Joey Veerman, and then they're gonna go in for Gustavo Hamer. And Graham will have been told by the club they're not bothered about Gustavo Hamer. I think they were bothered about Gustavo Hamer, but maybe they're moving on to other targets. Maybe that's what it is. So, another little bit of news here as well, and you guys have told me this, to be fair to you. I don't know why the screenshot's gone now. Is this one? Hold on, I'm just going to put it on screen. There we go. That's not the right one. Anyway, right, we'll just get it on here. So basically, Lily White Rose has put out there, or Kat Lucas has put out there a decent Tottenham source. You guys are saying this. Manor Solomon is set to stay put at Tottenham. Leeds had considered a renewed move after Buendia deal collapsed, but Thomas Frank has seen it the wing enough to give the winger another opportunity. I still think if Leeds put in a big bid for him, they'd go for it. Renewed interest means there's no bid. Chris says private flights from LBA to Paris, Birmingham, Mallorca, Manchester, London, all scheduled for today. Could be something or nothing, yeah. It's not me versus Graham. Graham knows way more than I do. I don't know anything. Please do not say that. Oh, God. It's not that at all, and you know that. If you've got a brain, the professor, that is not what it is. Graham knows more than I've ever known, honestly. And I like Graham. He's a good guy, and he's brilliant at what he does as well. I'm not saying that, but I don't know what Graham said, but there has been interest in Gustavo Hamer. That is 100% sure. That's literally 100%. 100%. There has been interest in Gustavo Hamer. There's been conversations as well. Leeds might not be interested anymore, but we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see, I guess. But there definitely is interest there, 100%. But yeah, this is crazy, isn't it? This is absolutely crazy. Here we go. Here we go. Alex Crook. Pretty much probably when I was reading the voice note out, presumably. Presumably, this is when I was reading the voice note out. I don't know where it is now. Hold on. I'm just getting this. I've got about 800 screenshots loaded, so let's see. Oh, to be fair, I can get the other one up as well. So this is what's going on now. There we go. Brentford still hoping to sign Veerman from PSV. The fee is expected to be in the region of 55 million. So Brentford's asking price, but significantly higher than NUFC offered. So yeah, presumably if they go and sign Veerman, that obvious. I mean, 100% they go, and especially if Sheffield United have got a replacement set up. And obviously, apparently, he'd be interested in going back up. But oh, dear. Oh, dear. It is me with my cynical head on. It's very easy right now. Do you not think? It's very easy to just be like, to our local journalists, just say to them that we've never been interested in Hamer because the optics don't look good. It's very easy to do that, isn't it? So, as of right now, it looks like Solomon's off the cards. Hamer could be off the cards. Spurtian is off the cards. El Canus has gone to Stuttgart. Buenanotte is at Chelsea. So this should be interesting. So at least it's making it exciting because they've got to sign someone. They simply have to sign someone. Bakwa, maybe, but Leeds are then going to have to spend a massive amount of money. But just want to put something on screen that's actually come from the Leeds United account. I don't know if you guys have seen it. Wow. Wow. Have you guys seen this? Oh, my God. Guys. Big news coming from Leeds United. Just tweeted out. Fucking hell. Oh, you're all going to hate me, aren't you? Massive news. Big news from Leeds United coming from Ellen Road. What have you got for me? Well, Jeff, there's graft in the midfield from Gruev. Oh, God. You got to laugh, aren't you? But look, we are. I'm done. Coming out from Ellen Road. What have they got? What have you got for me? Well, Jeff, we've got Grev's heat mat. Oh, we got to laugh, haven't we? Jordan, did I get you? I thought, to be honest, go, shut up, Connor. I know what you're going to say here. The comments on the post are even better. Yeah, read the room. Oh, God. Yeah. Breaking man runs around football. This isn't, by the way, having a go at Gruev. It just makes me laugh. The post they put out an hour ago, I'm like, I saw it and I was like, that'll go down well. That'll really go on deadline day when the Farker needs some play. When Farker is talking about needing some players. Oh, dear. Let's have a look. I am Spartacus. Harvey Elliott and Gus Hamer are my two for the window. I think they'd be a good end, mate. I really do. George says, Backwards Spurzian, Brussels Flight, Mario Stroikens. Ooh, Stroikens. I've not heard that name in about 2 months. Yeah. Why not? Mate, George, I'll take you in right now. Been running since Saturday, says James. Guys, did I get you, Aragon? Aragon, what are you saying as well, mate? You've been quite a positive guy in this window. Are you sort of upset or happy with this one? Dan says, Connor Loriente, your first pick should be our last signing. It'd be nice, mate. It'd be nice. He's there. He's available. There was problems with Sunderland, but he'd fit in, man. He really would fit in. I understand how when I was doing the 6 picks at the start of the window, some of them you might have seen were unrealistic or maybe a little bit out there. But I think the 2 of which I still hang my hat on is Jolis at Club Bruges, who would have been a lovely signing. And I think when kind of like, obviously we last went up and you were getting players of such high caliber in terms of, you're bringing in Rodrigo from Valencia, who played for Spain that year. You were bringing in, obviously at the time we didn't know, but if you were to believe French reports, we were signing this actually unbelievable player in Rafinha. And just kind of the caliber of player that we were bringing in, you were looking and thinking. Phew. So I kind of looked at that again and thought, Christophe Jolis, it's kind of that same bracket really when Rafinha came in terms of they're the same player, not like that in terms of maybe the profile of player. Maybe Jolis is like, in terms of his profile, is a little bit higher now than what Rafinha was at Rennes. But I thought we'd have been able to maybe do something like that. And we have, you look at Stack, you look at Biol, you look at players like that. And yeah, you've done that. You brought in players of high caliber. But we all know that in the attack is where it makes the difference. Nigel says Villa in talks with Harvey Elliott. Villa agree with Sancho. The word from here, Sunderland, was something very significant came up in the medical. Yeah. And maybe that's why Leeds haven't moved on him, mate. Maybe that could be it. Let's see if anything's going on. Oh my God, news coming out of Ellen Road. News coming out. I don't know if you guys have seen. Oh, I'm joking. I'm winding you up now. So you wind me up all window, so I'm getting you all back. Big news coming out of Ellen Road. Keeping up the pressure. This was on match day. I'm grinding your gears. I wish we'd keep up the pressure on the transfer window. My God. Yeah, we're going to be on for a while. This is why I'm just trying to wind you all up as well. Danny Hall likes the... Yeah, well, he's a Sheffield United fan, isn't he? So I'm sure he enjoyed it. The Loriente deal fell apart for Sunderland because his agent tried to change the deal when he found out Mundell got injured. Yes, there was rumours about the agent being a little bit unrealistic when it came to what he wanted as well. When it came to the deal. So, yeah. Any chance of Demirovic? Nah. No way, mate. No way. Reason behind that is because they'd be just left with Undav. And they've also sold Voltmard to Newcastle. They'd be left with no one on the last day, Stuttgart. So, it doesn't really mean that much. I don't think so. So... Here's something. And she was supposed to come on the channel, and she might come on the channel again. I've just been looking down the Leeds page. I used to go to school with this girl. Becky Bass. I think she's captain, isn't she, for Leeds ladies? I think she is. There she is. Used to be in my year. Becky Bass. Who looks younger? Yeah, used to be in my ear at school. There you go. This is Leeds versus Cheadle. So Cheadle is near to where I live. Anything else? Anyone want to say anything else? Becky Bass. Can we have a round of applause for Becky Bass? I think she's Leeds captain. Shout out to you, Becky. We'll try and get her on. We'll try and get her on at some point. Right. We are going down, Aragon says, but I also think... It's hard to blame Farke if the club don't back him offensively. We need Morton quickly. We do, don't we? I mean, what are we on? 11 o'clock. 6 hours left. Jay says, I love and hate this window in equal measures in the transfer window. Graham Smith tweet. Hi, Lucas. What's he said? What has he said? So look what old Graham's saying. Transfer deadline day, when anything can but might not happen. Leeds looking at a couple of possibilities. No names in the blog. I'm not clickbaiting Marcelo, I promise. Laurent looking at late deal for Melier. Darko JB off the Hull. So Leeds are looking at a couple. Well, we knew all this anyway, didn't we? Has he replied to anyone? Yeah. And this is why it's 8 hours. 8 hours, God. But this is why it's kind of like, you know, with Graham and stuff like that, naturally, and Barron, he'll just get fed stuff by the club. You know, so the whole Hamer stuff, if Leeds come out and it's like, oh, Leeds were never interested in Hamer. Okay. All right then. But it looks good, doesn't it? It looks good for the optics if Leeds were never interested in Hamer. They were interested in Hamer. Or are interested in Hamer. Let's hope it gets done. Ash says, Connor, there's a medical book for fucking no one. Check out on Twitter. Yeah, you good one. Yeah, I swore there as well. It's probably bad for me. AJ says, Connor, what have I missed? We're kind of having just like a collective piss-takey meltdown, I guess. We're not having a meltdown, but we're kind of all just here, just being a bit like, anyone? I'm kind of just waiting and seeing what happens. We've got 2,000 of you in the building. I'm just trying to keep you all a little bit sane as well. 2,100 of you, babe. Oh my God, I was about to call you all babe. Oh, you know, you've been with your girlfriend way too long. Way too long. What was that? Sorry, guys. I was literally I nearly called you all babes there. Not babes, but it would be babes if I'm calling multiple people babe. Or would it? Babes. Yeah, welcome to the Conor McGilligan transfer deadline day. Connor, I'm usually calm and trust the 49ers to do something, and I know the situation is different, but seeing Sunderland sign 2 players in less than 24 hours whilst we sit there is hard. It is indeed, mate. Collective moan, that's pretty much what we're doing, yeah. Look, Connor, if you can't swear on deadline day, what can you do? JB, permanent deal to Hull City. Chris Kingy says, we can't blame anyone but the owners. They kept Farke and appointed Underwood, a combo that attracts nobody. Disgraceful. I think, Chris, as well, I think what we can all agree on is everything comes from the top down. Everything in football. So if they don't do anything, you can't blame Farke. You can't. And I can be one of Farke's biggest critics. I can. You know, there's things that I don't agree with him on. I don't like sometimes things that he says. I think he's got more excuses sometimes than a pregnant nun. But aside from that, you cannot blame Daniel Farke for this. And Farke's had a reasonably good start to the season as well. 4 points in 9. I think that's a decent job. But overall in the season, he's quite right. He is quite right. He needs players. And you've got to give him the players. Chris doesn't think he's good enough. So then you've got to give him with the tools to hopefully be good enough. You've got to facilitate him by bringing in facilitators. But it's all back down to the owners. All back down to the owners. You can't just look at Farke for this. And he's been saying it the full window. We can talk about his managerial in-game substitutions, management, pragmatism. We can do all that. That's on the pitch, but you've got to give him the players. You've got to give him the players. You have to. And right now, I think going forward, I think what we've got to look at it as well is when you kind of think about going forward. Let's have a look at going forward. This is what we need. This is what we need. A bad workman always blames his tools. Yeah, but okay. And I understand this, but let's just have a quick look at the custom lineup right now. I've got Sam Chambers in there. Bless him. This is for something we did a while ago. Jaden Bogle's in there. Perry will go. This is my Sheffield Wednesday team. Perry, we will go Rodon in there right now because Biol's not getting in. Goodmanson. Gabriel. We're just going to get the lineup on screen now. And this is kind of what we're looking at. Longstaff. Let's have just Tanaka in there. We'll have starting 11, right? Tanaka. And then it'd be Ampadu. And then I think we go to a 4-3-3. Are we all in agreement there? I think we'd all go to 4-3-3. You got Stack in there. DJ out there. Brendan Aronson off the pitch. Anton Stack. Tanaka. Ampadu. Okafor. Okay, this is probably, right now, I would say... Would you guys say this is our strongest 11? We'll put Biol in there because I know you'll all be screaming for Biol. So I will put Biol in there. Would you guys say this is our strongest 11 right now? So we'll put it on screen. See, I put Wednesday versus Leeds. Strongest 11. So would you say everybody fit and firing, that's our strongest squad? Now, I look at that and I think that is a really decent squad. I think when you look at it, if it's all fit, Biol, we have to start seeing Biol because there's just no point in us signing him. I think the back line looks good. I really like Gabby Goodmanson. I'm just praying he doesn't get injured, but I guess that's the durability of which we've recruited him with. I think he played every game last season for Lille. Go further forward, the midfield's brilliant. I love that midfield. If you to go to a 3, I think that is a really decent midfield for me. Really decent midfield. Going forward is I mean, it looks, now we're looking at it, and you've got Bogo on the same side as Nonto, which I think we've seen already in pre-season looks quite good together. And if you got Dominic Calvert-Lewin fit and firing, great. No Okafor, fit and firing, great. But we all know this comes with caveats. With DCL, maybe not getting on the score sheet. Okafor's injuries. It's the sustenance behind this, isn't it? It's the sustenance behind this. And how often are we going to see this team starting for Leeds United in the Premier League? That's where you've got to look at rotation. That's where you've got to look at, like, Dan James, for instance. James is struggling. He's really struggling. He struggled in the Premier League last time. I'm not going to say that that's how it is. I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say this is how his, tenure at Leeds completes, or, we're going to see like this for DJ's entire time at Leeds. But in the Premier League, I think the problem is, I've said this multiple times, fullbacks defend space before the player. I think that's where he's going to struggle with fullbacks. So you're seeing a bit of a downturn from DJ, and there's a lot focused on his decision-making, which isn't his strongest point. DCL and Mecha, what happens there? They're not potent goal scorers, are they? Okafor, physical readiness, is he there? So you need sustenance in this front line. This front line has to have backup. Michael says, but Connor, if Leeds sign Hamer, who would you drop out of that midfield of the strongest lineup you put up? But they've got to work around that, mate. You've got to have depth in the Premier League as well. You've got to have depth in the Premier League. Even if you look at Eze starting on the bench for Arsenal, it's because they've got such a strong starting 11. And they brought him for 70 million quid. You've got to go out there and bring in like a Gus Hamer and work around it. It's also not I know you're asking my opinion, pal. So we could do this. Could always do this. This is what you could do if you get Gus Hamer in here, which is depressing now because we know what's going to happen. But if you did want to change that up a little bit and you wanted to go to, I think Farke hopefully will be a little bit more pragmatic, but you might do this. Might do something like that. If you were to work as a 4-3-3, oh, it looks good. He looks good in a white kit, doesn't he? But taking Ampadu out, putting Stack in the 6, that's what you might do to get Hamer in. You can also do this. This wouldn't be ideal at points, but still, if you wanted to maintain in a 4-3-3 with Hamer, you could do this. Okay, and then stick you there, which you did all last season if you wanted to, and he's very good in that position as well. So you could look at doing that as well. So that's in a 4-3-3. If you wanted to go to a 4-2-3-1, it's a lot easier with Hamer, obviously, because you simply do this. And look, Ampadu's obviously not going to be on the wing, so take it with a pinch of salt, but can we do that? yeah, as I said, Ampadu's not going to be on the wing, but you could put Okafor there and do that. Something like that, right? So if you're in a 4-2-3-1, yeah, so that's what you can do. And then you've got a connector between the defence and the attack. That's what you can do. And that's what Leeds need to do. They need to do something like that. If they were to bring in a Gus Hamer, that would be what we'd have to do. Backwards to Forest, back on, according to Sasha, says James. Why are people talking about Ten Hag so much? Ten Hag sack, yeah. Rye says, I know it's hypothetical. With a different manager, do you think we'd have attracted better players? Say we'd have taken Mourinho. Yeah. 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 Of course. You know, the owners have got to show ambition. Of course they have. But it's absolute nonsense if you do not think Mourinho would have attracted better players than Farke, of course. One of the best managers of all time. He might be on a little bit of a downturn right now. But 100%. Players will still want to play for Jose Mourinho. And Mourinho has built up contacts in the game in the last 30 years. Just with players as well. Of course. Literally all our targets are gone now, says Eli. Well, you hope, mate, that there's more in the background. If people are coming in today, they've got to be at Thorpe Arch by early afternoon for the medical. Window shuts at 7 p.m. Can't see it happening. Is anyone down? Could anyone get down to, like, Thorpe Arch and just send me texts? Just send me texts from Thorpe Arch. Connor, we've seen so-and-so. It's at Ellen Road normally, though, isn't it? Josh Brownhill, he'd do for depth. Madsy says, as a Tottenham fan, please, for the love of God, sign Solomon from us. Worst player we have. An absolute see you next Tuesday. Please sign him. Right. So, what's interesting, Madsy, is I'd like to know your opinion as a Spurs fan. Obviously, the last bit is your opinion on him as a person, which is your prerogative. Why do you think, Madsy, that he wouldn't fit into a Leeds United side in the Premier League? Like, why do you think his tendencies, his attributes wouldn't fit in? From what you've seen at Spurs, why wouldn't that fit in the Premier League? Because I think you are right in terms of the first bit, and potentially him not being good enough. I know you've not said that effectively, but I know what you're saying. Someone is going to Thorpe Arch. If you are still listening to me, can I read out who's going to Thorpe Arch? If you are still listening to me, I know you're listening to my stream. Bakwa and Hamer. Still active, apparently. Guys, as well, do me a favour. Check out our sponsors. Please check out our sponsors. They're brilliant. Match Bingo. They literally match your bet. They'll put 10 quid in when you sign up and put 5 quid into a bet. 200% deposit bonus. My goodness. Check Match Bingo out in the description below. BetMate as well. Pick your 7 players. Get involved in the pot. And then, guys, it can be £1.50, £3, £5, whatever you can afford. £10 even. And there's a collective at the very end of whatever game week, and they're doing it with the international break. So get involved, everybody. I've got about 3 pots that I'm already in. I've already picked myself. I just love fantasy. I love fantasy stuff, and I do like the occasional bet. So join that in the description below or the QR code on screen. The fantastic Shop G&O as well. The best e-commerce site ever. 5% cheaper rates than Amazon, Vinted, and eBay, everybody. Check the guys out. Job Match Group. Listen, you want a tailored job specific? Make sure you check out the Job Match Group. They've got F1, security, retail. They're the only job site on the net who specifically build a website for security and retail. Yeah, it's brilliant. So I know a lot of you are struggling with jobs, and it can be tough in this environment. I know myself as well, so make sure you check them out. Link in the description below as well. Let's have a look at what you guys are saying. Really need to be utilising the loan market at this point. I know we were in for Buenanotte, but poor not to get over the line when there's as much as financial, when there's not as much as financial commitment yet, you can sign 3. Yeah, 100%. Let's see how much of you in the building. How many of you, I should say. We've got 2,000 of you in the building. Make sure you slap a like on the video. Graham says, Connor, I'm half an hour away from Thorpe Arch. Is something going on? No, just go down and check, mate. Go down and check. See if there's anyone there. Why no free agents or loan today? I'm at Thorpe Arch and Brownhill is here. Shout out to you, Veed. Shout out to you, mate. Deals can be done very quickly in football. Yeah, they can. Let's have a look at what's going on anyway. Delane Backward to Nottingham Forest, still alive. They've got a deal agreed, 35 million packet. I mean, they've just got Amari Hutchinson. Why do you need Delane Backward? Oh, my God. Stop buying players. Oh, God, guys. 3.5 months of the rumour mill have sent me mental. 8 hours to go. Eight hours to go. Right, come on. Has there been anything from Leeds United? Let's have a look. Let's have a quick look. If you guys didn't see the major update that Leeds have put out there today, around about 1 hour ago, this is big. Okay, when it comes to transfers, this is probably the biggest thing. Or not just transfers, but news today. I would say this is the biggest thing, personally. Okay, so this is what we're seeing today. Massive news coming from Leeds United. You ready? You got to look at it and you got to say, well done, Leeds, really. You've got to look at it and you've got to say, well done, Leeds. It's a massive bit of news today. Huge. Graft, fire emoji. Oh, that gets me. Fire emoji. Graft in the midfield. And it's an exclamation mark. So that's what we've got so far. Connor, I'm going to ER. Yeah, that's true. Could be there, mate. Could be there. Chelsea and Forest stockpile, half of whom will never play. I wish we stockpiled. Breaking. Leeds Live, Underwood has just got out of bed. You've got to stay live till the window closes, Connor. I think I might have to come back on, mate, just so I get some food. Or I get I get a delivery. Do you want me to get a delivery? Could get a delivery. Delivery, Connor's got no money. Do you guys want to? No, and in fact, no, that's a bad idea. No. Connor, I caught Jer earlier. He reckons the 49ers need to stay up or they lose megabucks. He's right. I've been speaking to him all morning. Mr. Jer Lynch. Been speaking to him all morning. And yeah, me and Jer voice note more than I voice note my mum and dad. So yeah. Breaking midfielder runs around centre of pitch. Villa in for Elliott. Either that trigger us getting Buendia. I think Buendia could be. Buendia could be something that they do. Deliver a transfer. Oh, God. To be fair, here we go. We've actually got something, and it's not Gruev. This is something that might get you guys a little bit excited. Let's have a look. I'm actually not taking the mic. Emi Buendia from Argentina. Yeah, so this one I think is probably the most likely one, isn't it? If let's say if they bring in Sancho, let's say if they bring in a couple of other bodies of which apparently Villa are looking to do, that it would make a lot of sense. He's just going to get further and further down the pecking order. Aston Villa have agreed a deal with Man United for Jadon Sancho, straight loan. It's understood Villa will pay the loan fee. Aston Villa keen to sign Harvey Elliott, loan more likely than a permanent. Yeah, so it looks like those two are the ones that they're looking at. And here we go. Paul Joyce. Bomber. We've got a bomber. Are you ready, everybody? And this makes a lot of, not bomber, but, you know, this does make a lot of sense. And I'd sort of expected this at some stage to happen. It's very obvious. Paul Joyce, very, very good source. It is a very good source. Someone's linked me. Shout out to you, pal. You know who you are, but Paul Joyce is an exceptionally good source. I think it's the same Paul Joyce. Let's have a look. Same Paul, yeah. Paul Joyce is pretty much nailed on. He works for the Times. He's an outrageously good source for everything Everton normally. But yeah, I think he was the first one as well to break the exact deal for Alexander Isak. So there you go. That's how reliable he is. So Leeds United are interested in Emi Buendia. I'm interested in Lucy Pinder, but I'm never going to sign that agreement off. Why? Because Russell Martin won't let me, right? But I'm interested. I'm fascinated. I'll flirt with the move, but I'm not going to get it, okay? I am not going to get Lucy Pinder. I have a beautiful girlfriend anyway, but, you know, previously, I'd have been interested in Lucy Pinder. Can you make a final offer for Lucy Pinder? That's my question. Can Leeds United actually put an offer in? Can we actually consolidate Emi Buendia / Lucy Pinder? There you go. That's probably, apart from Graves' heat map, this is probably the closest that we've got to some actual proper news today, everybody. Shall we update the title? Maybe. I might do that. I might get a little bit flirty. That's what I might do. Sam says Lucy Pinder is a very 2005 reference. Lucy Pinder is a very modern reference. And the reason being is because the lovely flowing-haired Russell Martin, 3-0 on Daniel Farke, is dating Lucy Pinder. Did you all know that? Bet you didn't know that. Connor's going to be on the couch tonight. I know. She doesn't watch the stream. I'm going to have to go all day now because she won't go back to that unless her friends are watching. Hope you're not watching. And I didn't mean what I just said. That was to entertain the stream because I am a leech for entertainment. So I apologize for all of that. Backtrack with the girlfriend statement. I didn't mean what I said. I didn't mean it. Okay. Being also a Rangers fan, I'm not one fan of having Russell Martin as our gaffer. Understand that, mate? Emi over Gus. No. Villa 18, 1982. James says, Ulla. That is a long name. Villa want 10 million quid, mate. Yeah, I know. Let's have a look at Emi Buendia's. Let's have a look at him here. So Leeds are interested in him. Let's have a look at his stats. Emi Buendia. It just makes sense, doesn't it? It's Farke all over. So, and we've missed out on everybody. So let's have a quick look. So these were his Bundesliga stats, of which this is kind of the bit of which I'm not. Like, I didn't want him at the very beginning of the window because it's just something of which I'm not keen on with regards to like availability. So Leverkusen had the option to take him on a permanent. They didn't. They denied the proposition or whatever. 2 goals, 11 appearances all last season. So, yeah. What do you think, James? Do you think it would be a good sign? Villa fans in the chat, I know there's a few of you who watch. What do you think? If Leeds were to get Emi Buendia, would you rate it or not? Paul George is a very, very, very good source. But I don't want we tried FC. I don't want we were never interested. I don't want, we did, but we didn't pursue it. Leeds flirted with the target. Leeds liked the target. Leeds loved the target. Leeds pursued the target. Go and get the target. Oh, it's unrealistic expectation. No, it's not. It's really not. You should be able to get Emi Buendia. You should be able to get Gustavo Hamer. Blow me out of the water and go get Harry Wilson, and then I might explode. Did you know what the crazy thing is? That's kind of where I'd be at with it. That's kind of where I'd be at with it. It's kind of like even with Solomon now, and I know he's not coming. But even with Solomon, who I'm not a fan of, I'm kind of just like, yeah, but it's just another body through the door. I know that sounds ridiculous, but I'm like, well, if Okafor's going to get injured, which he's already injured, Solomon might as well come in and join him on the treatment table. Breaking Leeds sign Matt Target from Middlesbrough. I need a Farker impression.
Was Emi Buendia, great signing. He did so much for me at Norwich. Great signing. We could both chef Frankfurter. I remember when we played together for Norwich, or we together with Norwich. We were great. It was fantastic times. Emi Buendia, what a player, wonderful player. I will get him and put him on the bench. And then we sign Pookie. Bring Pookie back.
Gosh, it's going mental. Why am I still streaming? What am I doing? That wasn't my best impression as well. Any news from Juan Martinez? Good question. I don't know if Ash/Juan is watching. Right, okay. Emi Buendia could be departing if an acceptable offer is received. Hint, nudge, Leeds United. But yeah, it does. Of course, it does look at it, and we kind of will see it at the end of the window. You guys are absolute menaces. Laporte says, carb up for deadline day. Connor, like, get yourself a 6-inch Subway on me. I don't want to be on all day, but you're forcing me to be on. Thanks, mate. Appreciate that. I don't know if you've done that by mistake. I will refund you that. Just let me know. That sounds a little Britain, that woman. Mr. Dudley. Yes. My mate thinks Farker looks like Siri. I'm not your mate. Ruthless aggression. Bottom of the barrel FC. What would you guys feel if we went for Buendia? How would you feel? How would you feel out of that? Lucas says meltdown from Connor and only an hour into the stream. Luke says, and also regarding Hamer, Graham Smith supposedly confirmed Leeds never had a solid connection for him. I don't know what that means, a solid connection. But yeah. Fair enough. Miles says, Fabrizio Bomber. J. Roy Grott, here we go. 20 million plus some easily achievable add-ons. Jimmy says, Connor, your Lucy Pinder comments have got you into trouble. Yes, I know. Ten Hag sacked. Dan says, Connor, at least we know Underwood has 2 pages in his scouting book if Buendia has been lined up. I just think, let's have a look at his stats from, I mean, we've got his stats from last season, but let's have a look at his Villa stats overall. It might not be that bad, to be honest. Let's have a look. Premier League is even played. So I don't think he's played yet. I don't think he has anyway. He's obviously not made 12 appearances in the Premier League. It's not been 12 games. So, yeah. Let's have a look at his last time he was in the Premier League. So, he had 12 appearances in the last Premier League. No goals. Yeah, no assists. I don't know. If we get any Villa fans in here, let us know what you think about him in the comment section below. I think there was a crystallised period for Emi Buendia of which we were interested in last time. I'm just not sure there is anymore. He didn't want to come to Leeds either, did he? He didn't want to come. But let's have a look. Yeah, we'll get a poll going. Oh, it's raining outside. Great. Okay. Start a poll. Buendia, yes or no? Get it in the chat. Guys, can we also get the likes up, please? It's pathetic from you guys. We've got 640 and we've got over 2,000 of you watching. Come on. I have still got the joist thing on screen. Cheers, Chris. Would you be happy with it? Sorry, you wouldn't be able to see that, would you? Came on yesterday. We have yes. 55% would say yes. I think that's kind of where I'm at. I think, honestly, that's kind of where I'm at. I'm just, I'm thinking, Liam, expand the change, expand the medical room. I think that's kind of where I'm at as well. If they can't do anyone, you've just got to go and get him, haven't you? Lawrence says, as a Villa fan, there's still so much quality in Buendia. That's good to see. That's good to hear. He was playing his best football right before his injury under Emery. Never got a look in again. Yesterday told me he's still mint. Okay, that's good news, Lauren. Okay, so suddenly we want Buendia. Go out and get Buendia. Cheers, Lauren. No, there's a few things of which with Buendia, if he can stay fit, it's just that whole thing again, isn't it? It's just, can they stay fit? Better than no signings. Ollie says it'd be a big risk. The guy's been sat on the bench for 2 seasons. Yeah. Get Pat Bamford back, says Justin. Does he make better decision around the box than the current lad? Yes or no? If no, yeah, he does. I mean, look, if you're playing in a 4-2-3-1 and Buendia is, and he's an 8 as well, isn't he? He can play as an 8. He probably is primarily an 8 now. But if you have Emi Buendia in and around like a DCL or a Metro, that's going to be a better facilitator. So he's the guy, isn't he? He's the guy. It's going to be Buendia, or dependent on. And this is going to go till 7 p.m. And suddenly, Emi Buendia from Argentina. That's what we're going to be singing on the terraces at Fulham away. If we can't get plain and simple, enough examples such as Hamer, Beck. Yeah, I think if they genuinely, like, Hamer should be achievable. Maybe they're just not convinced. Maybe Farke's just not convinced them. I don't know why. He's more of a certainty than Emi Buendia now in terms of availability, physical readiness. So let's have a look. Laurent trolling, is he? Is he? He could be trolling. There's 2,000. I didn't catch the Villa game yesterday, so I've no idea if he came on. Did Buendia come on yesterday? Buendia. Let's see. Transfer. Is he even playing? Was he terrible? Is he trolling? He had 45 minutes. And then had 59 minutes against Brentford. Then he fails at medical. The thing is, if we get Buendia, we've still got to get another, haven't we? We've still got to get another. Buendia isn't enough. Dave says, would he take Will Asula from Newcastle? Might be available when Wissa comes. No, I wouldn't. Cal says, Connor, it's a failure if they can't pull Hamer. I agree with that. But they weren't interested in him, were they? That's not Graham's fault, by the way. That's not Graham's fault. That will be the line now. That will be the line. They weren't interested in him. And what does the stupid YouTuber know? But it has been corroborated by people in the space who aren't YouTubers, aren't bellends like me. So it's what you believe in it. If you're to believe absolutely everything that the club peddle, then it is what it is. You will believe that Leeds were never in for Gustavo Hamer, but they were. They were. It's just whether or not they want to go that extra mile, and clearly they don't. So, Forest close to completing $35 million deal for Strasbourg winger. Lauren, Ryan's made me think that you're a troll. Buendia came on yesterday and he was absolutely our only good player. He was absolutely brilliant and the only player who looked arsed. Quality on and off the ball. Let's have a look at his rating. Connor, it's not letting me join in on your channel, Dale. I don't know what you mean by that, mate. Do you mean like becoming a member? Let's have a look at Villa's game yesterday and see where Buendia was. Buendia. Let's have a look at your player ratings. I didn't catch the game. I think we were doing the hardline, so it was overlapping, so I didn't catch it. Evan Gassan, woeful. Wow. Debut to forget. Okay. All right. Well, all of a sudden, I think Emi Buendia is probably the best signing we could ever make. So this is from Villa News. which I don't know what that means. If it could just be an aggregator. This is what Villa News was saying yesterday about Emi Buendia from Argentina. They were saying, Buendia, rare, bright spark for Unai Emery. In truth, it was tough to pick out a player for prize in what was Villa's most woeful performance of the season so far. However, at half-time, Emery brought on Buendia, who changed the flow of the game with his urgency in midfield. In the opening 45 minutes, Ollie Watkins had an excellent chance saved. Don't know why I turned Aussie then. However, it was Buendia who created openings for the home side as they look much more, as he looked like a much more sharper threat. The Argentine spent last season on loan with Bayer Leverkusen last season, and many expected him to leave the summer. However, after his latest performance, he could be the unlikely man. Oh, so we know how this ends, don't we? So suddenly, Emi Buendia is the bright spark for Aston Villa. Leeds come in with last-minute interest. Leeds are fascinated. Leeds are attracted by the player. All for a 6.55 bomber from Fabrizio Romano. Buendia to stay at Aston Villa in plans. But hopefully, if they go out and they get Harvey Elliott, they go out and get... it's going to... Basically, this is now the domino effect, isn't it? We were speaking earlier on about the Brentford domino effect with Visser. But the domino effect is going to have to be if Villa go out and get Harvey Elliott, if they go out and get Jadon Sancho, then it's going to be maybe Emi Buendia can leave. So, yeah. Look, if you can stay fit, we can have a conversation, can't we? But he did get Aston Villa's best rating yesterday. So shout out to you, Lauren. And Ryan, you're a scumbag for calling him a troll, mate. So get out of my stream. Oh, God. Jesper Kennett. Sounds like Ozzy Osbourne. Well, that's good because Ozzy Osbourne was from the Midlands. So bring in 3 today. Who's your realistic signings? We won't bring in 3, but if I was to give you 3, Daniel, I'd go... It's hard, this. Buendia, obviously. Struggling now. Buendia. I'd have said Solomon, but Solomon's off the table. Frank wants to keep Solomon now, amid no interest from anyone, barring Leeds, who were interested, who were attracted by Solomon amid Buenanotte. Maybe could they do something from Harry Wilson? I don't know. Probably not. Demirovic. Daniel, you're stretching me, mate. I literally don't know. I do not know, my friend. It is a very good question. Just got a text. Buendia, one to watch. Sam, I'm sick of it as well, mate. One to watch. That's a good one as well. I might just tell this person to just go swivel. Spurtsian. Oh. Why is no one going and getting Fatawu? Why is no one getting Fatawu? Go Fatawu! What an unbelievable start for him at Leicester City. He was out, I think, for the whole of last season with an ACL. Abdul Fatawu is a terrific player. Who's Epidemic Sound? 15 quid's just gone out of my account for Epidemic Sound in Stockholm. Who's Epidemic Sound? Sorry, you're asking me to stay on, so now we're veering off football. Epidemic Sound. What's that? Okay. Apparently, I had no idea I was paying for that. There we go. Last minute transfer news. Buendia passes Sunderland medical. Ten Hag sacked by Leverkusen. So funny. We're all about incomings, but who's going out? I think it's Melee, mate. Melee to probably Lorient would be the one that I would say would be going out. Need 1+ to be under 21. So that's the issue as well. That is true, mate. That is true. Yeah, we've got to think about squad size. Would you take Sargent? No, mate. No. Scott says, seems like we're doing too much watching the dots. Dots, what? Seems like we're doing too much watching dots all over the place. Leeds are interested in. Yeah, I think it's... I think it's one of these. Yes, it's music licensing. Chill out, everyone. Chill out. Yeah, I just didn't know I was still paying for it. But yeah, Fatawu. Laura says Everton wanted Fatawu earlier on in the window. I think. Yeah, Connor, we need big players. I think the issue is it's like the issue with Leeds is this is just evidently like a last minute go, isn't it? It's a last minute go for Buendia, and I think. He just says, breaking, Epidemic Sound to 1 Leeds on a record £15 deal a month. Can we get a signing? Because someone just photoshopped me with Epidemic Music CEO. Signing the deal with Red Bull. Red Bull 1 Leeds and Epidemic Sound. What are we doing here? Why am I still on? Okay, Melee already not included in registered players. We have 24. Not much room unless more outgoings. Villa can only get more loans. They can, David, yeah. There's a pragmatic, tricky winger at Valencia called Imagine that. You'd take him though, wouldn't you? That's the thing. Hence why Leeds wanted a recall clause and Valencia said no. Tanya says, why does no one decent want to sign for us? Tanya, I would say we've made some good signings. I think we're all joking around here a little bit, but when you look at the signings that we've made, they've been really good ones. Perry's a good signing, even though like his kicking is a bit wayward, but that's fine. Doesn't matter. We're not going to be reliant on kicking too much this season, in my opinion. If we're going over a press, it's a pretty basic kick for Perry. Beale's a great signing. We've not seen enough of him. Stack's a brilliant signing. We've all seen that. We've retained Tanaka. We've retained Ampadu as well. We've retained Bogle. Bogle's been brilliant so far. I think Goodmanson's been a top signing. I think when you look at Okafor, we've not seen enough of him yet. I think Okafor's very similar to Ramazani, which would probably put him a little bit down in my estimation. I don't like the fact that we've brought Okafor in and let Ramazani go. I think they're the same player. I don't think Okafor's a higher level than Ramazani, just my perspective. Don't have to agree with it. And I think there's a physical readiness there with Ramazani, which Okafor, there's a big question mark over. I like the signing of Weirdly. I do like the signing of Mecha. I made that very clear at the beginning. And Dominic Calvert-Lewin. I would have liked to have been another number 9, but when Dominic Calvert-Lewin comes in on 100 grand a week and gives the number 9, do you know what I mean? What's Mark Viduka up to? Says someone in the chat. Longstaff, another one. Yeah, Longstaff's another one, Dale. So I don't think the business has been bad. I think the links that we've had as well, but I do think it's not a good return going forward at the minute. I think it's not good. We need players in big time. We all know that, and the manager said it. Connor. How we're not in for O'Reilly loan deal? Yeah, we were for ages, weren't we, mate? But I think he was talking to them for quite a bit, to be honest with you. He was linked with them in the last window as well. If we don't do enough in this window to stay up, then it's been about 0 out of 10 window, because that's what it's all about. I don't agree with that, mate. But let's have a look what's going on, shall we? From dreams of Pai Zhao Mun used to this. I know, mate. I know. It was a good start to the window, wasn't it? We're all really excited. We're all really excited at the start of the window. We could, look, okay, Buendia, let's have a look at the chat. Let's have a look at what people have been saying then. I want to see the poll. So the poll is 65% of you, 65% of you would be happy with Buendia. Okay? 65%. That's not bad. Okay, so we'll end the poll there. That's 700 votes. So 65% of you would be happy with Buendia. Realistically, right now, What would it take to make you guys absolutely buzzing right now? What would it take? I need to change the title, don't I? I need to get Buendia in there. Emmy, Buendia, heavily linked. Got the Pickford Barnet again, mate. Oh, mate, I've not done anything with my trim this morning. It was all wet, and I had to do a just like to say, Connor, doing a top job as normal. Thanks, mate. Appreciate that. Sometimes I just think I'm waffling, but I'm trying to be entertaining as well. But yeah, look, I've just put a hat on. I've put a hat on, and I've for all you youngsters in the chat who keep up with TikTok and do all that sort of stuff, I've just slicked it back. I've slicked it back. Who gets the reference? I've just slicked it back. I actually haven't slicked it back. It's just hat hair. But I've just slicked it back. Who gets the reference? Are there any people under 25 in the building? Oh, dear. Yes, but Cristante Succe, I think he's going to be going to... I think he's literally going to be going to Palace, isn't he? I think he's gone to Palace. Okay, Spurzian. Yes, Riley. Good lad. Good lad. Backward to Forest looks confirmed now. Orsolini, Ryan, you've been saying him the whole window, haven't you, mate? Interesting. Sheffield United have just announced a player. Or they're announcing a player from 4 minutes ago. Does anybody know who this is? Sheffield United fans, could that be potentially Manhoof? Who was that? Sorry, I'm just having a look. They screenshotted him, I think. Who is it? Sheffield United fans, who are you buying? It's starting to it's certainly not, mate. It's certainly not. I'm sorry, I've just got a great hairline. Straight across, mate. Straight across. No baldy patches yet. No baldy patches yet. So nearly 32. Great head of hair. Oh, okay, is it Matos? Is it Matos? Okay. Reports on Buendia, weak reports, nothing concrete. It is a weak report, but the guy who is talking about it, Paul Joyce, is very, very good. So, Buendia improves the squad. He's that connector between defence and attack. Have we missed out on better options? Yes, but he has... Is that the most sensible one right yet? Is that the most sensible one right yet? In terms of a comment. Buendia improves the squad. He's the connector. Buendia or Aronson? You know what I mean? It's a slightly wonky hairline. Send me your hairline. Nothing wonky about that, mate. Straight as a dime. A quality number 9. Scott has nailed on the head, to be fair. He has indeed. Someone just linked me Buendia to Sheffield United. Shut up. I know you, Derek. I know you're in the building. Derek, give us a comment. Give us a comment, mate. I need to see you. I need to see your profile on here, mate. But yeah, it looks like they've got what's his face? Visser as well. Visser was massive, innit? That result against Newcastle was big. Nico Gonzalez, Atletico Madrid. Isaac Johnson says, Strasbourg staying firm on asking price for Delane Backwell. Leeds are definitely hamstrung by PSR. 100%. 100%. Buendia elevates our creative play. Of course he does. Of course he does. I think it's not Ogbeni, is it? I think it's Matos. But he just improves. Buendia over Aronson is the conversation, isn't it? Hamer over Aronson. You can't have Brendan Aronson in the Premier League. Just you can't. You can't. Gus to Burnley, imagine. Oh, it's a good question, John. Everybody answer John's question in the section below. And for those who are younger, if you don't know who Lucy Pinder is, like probably the modern equivalent right now in terms of hype is probably someone like Sydney Sweeney. Or for females in the building who are watching, like Chris Hemsworth. You know? Who'd get you Chris Hemsworth excited? Who'd get you Sydney Sweeney excited? Who'd get you Lucy Pinder excited? Some of you might get excited by Russell Martin. Good looking chap. Great question. I would go Hamer. It's just Hamer. Do you know why? Because I've watched Gus Hamer from his early days at Coventry, and I know a lot of you guys disagree. I've got something in my eye. I know you guys disagree. Or like Fatawu, like Hamer or Fatawu, or maybe Bakwa. But it's just Hamer. Every time I watch him, he just fills me with like this Maverick-esque signing who makes things happen. He's a quality player, I think. He's a Premier League player in that absolutely woeful Sheffield United side. And a lot of people want to watch Sheffield United in that season where they conceded 104 goals. But I watch the Premier League all the time. Hamer was absolutely out and out. He had a good season. How can you have a good season in a Sheffield United team that concedes 104 goals? On the back of that, when he's out of position, because Wilder's not playing him in the correct position, he gets player of the season, wide left. It's Hamer all day and twice on a Sunday, and he'd fit. Imagine him with our crowd. Imagine him at Ellen Road. The X Factor moments. The goal earlier on this season against Birmingham. What Leeds player can do that? If you don't know, some people are saying in the chat as well, oh, he's had a poor start to the season. He scored from the halfway line. And he just scored another against Millwall from about 35 yards out if it wasn't for an unbelievable save from their keeper. These are moments that he can generate out of nothing. He's fat. He's all right, okay, he's fat. But yet, we play against teams week in, week out, and our players get tired from the 70th minute onwards. But it's a problem for Gustavo Hamer. Even though he's readily available for every single game, he's durable. He's played 80-plus games in 2 seasons, but he's too fat. He's proven it in the Premier League, but some want Spurtsian, who's playing in the Russian league, over him. He's proven it in the Premier League, but someone like, with the greatest of respect, want Emi Buendia over him. I would probably say Buendia's Premier League numbers in the past 3 or 4 seasons, maybe per 90, haven't matched Gustavo Hamer's last Premier League season. I'd be surprised if they had. Some of you guys might be able to tell me if that's true, but I'd be surprised. And I get there's momentum, consistency with Buendia, and he's not able to build that up. And the context is per 90, you have to be able to develop that. That's why I said with Ramazan, it was so impressive. Because if you're playing like 50 minutes and then you're omitted from the squad for 4 games and then you're judged on a per 90 basis, you haven't played for 4 games. So how are you supposed to build up any sort of momentum? So that does affect the per 90 numbers. So I will say that with Buendia. But it's Hamer. Hamer fits Leeds United. He just does. Everything about him, his personality, his style of play, he just fits. He meshes with Leeds United. It's like, do you remember when we had Janssen? Pontus Janssen. Pontus Janssen fit with Leeds United at that moment in time. He fit off the pitch, on the pitch. He was perfect for Leeds. That blend for Leeds United at the time. Buendia is that, on and off the pitch. So, yeah, he would be the one for me, mate. Let's see what you guys have said. Would Emi and Gus work? No, not really. Hamer's a more realistic option. Farker must not want him. Yeah, I agree. I think Oiper's bang on the money. I'm not sure they're 100% sure on him. I'm too fat. Would absolutely shout out to you, Mike. Mike's a Villa fan. Mike, what do you think about Emi Buendia? You pro me. Lawrence said John Percy's literally Ornstein tier for Midlands clubs, never gets anything wrong. He also said Buendia could be departing Villa. Yeah, he did, mate. Yeah, John Percy's unbelievable. Paul Joyce is unbelievable when it comes to just general football content as well. So this is interesting. So Alex Matos has arrived at Sheffield United. Good signing for them. But Matos can play centrally. I think he's pretty much going to be used as a central midfielder, though, isn't he? I don't think that's going to mean anything. It's just a bit of depth in there, really. I think if they got Buendia, the fan base would be okay with that. I think they'd save themselves a little bit. But there's no... Like, we all know we're not stupid. We're not stupid. It feels like they've kind of panicked on the last day and gone for it. Yeah, we're not stupid as a fan base. Owen says, hey up, Connor. Buendia's injury record not bad at all. Just 2 massive injuries 2 years ago. Check his injury on Transfermarkt. It's a great stream, as always. Yeah, Owen, I think when it comes to Buendia, I was injury is one thing, but physical readiness is another. If you've not played a lot of minutes, there's more likelihood of an injury a lot of time. But I think the thing is with Buendia is with him not playing at Villa, with him not playing at Leverkusen, is there a physical readiness to come into a full season at Leeds United? But I guess that's kind of the targets that you're going to be looking at, isn't it? Connor, Russian league or not, you watch his ball skills and shots, you can't say it's no good because it's over there. I think he's real deal. That's fair enough, Maka. But when you've got players who are literally falling over the ball and the play, I mean, presumably you've watched that compilation with him, with Spurzian. Now, we spoke about Spurzian on the channel since last summer, so you've always seen compilations of him. Now, out there is a completely different pressing game, a completely different standard, level, caliber to the Premier League. So, yeah, might be a good ball striker, might be a good ball carrier, dribbler. That's great. But you come from the Russian league to the Premier League. The Russian league's not what it was, by the way. No way near anymore. To the Premier League. Would you be happy with that? We've always said this with Aronson, that the issue with Aronson is we've kind of gone to a league to buy Brendan Aronson, and he wasn't equipped to come to the Premier League. It's been too much of a step up. Spurzian at Krasnodar to Leeds United in the Premier League as a main strike, as a main acquisition in our attacking quartet, if we're to play a 4-2-3-1. Not for me, mate. Not for me. Buendia on the right and Hamer in the 10 could work well. Yeah. Yeah. It's too similar, though. We got Isidore from the Russian league. SAFC are massive. There you go. I think it's very different, though, mate. You got Isidore from the Russian league when you're in the Championship. We're now looking for a hallmark signing in the attacking third right now to be like a metronome for Leeds United, to be the main guy in the central attacking midfield space, the 8, the 10. Yeah, you got Isidore, what was it, 3.5 million quid? I think we're shopping for different things right now. Isidore is unbelievable. I love Isidore. But looking at it right now, Leeds United need to get more of a guarantee for me and a little proof. We've spoken at the start of the season. Apparently Leeds' targets were primarily from the top 5 leagues. And you kind of look at that with a lot of our recruitment. I'm not sure Leeds can go out and take a risk. Isidore was a risk. I'm not sure Leeds can take a risk right now. I don't think we can. Demirovic still off the table. He is. He is indeed. Andrew says, Leeds need wingers to protect the fullback. So who in midfield right now do we remove? To fit in Hamer or Emmy? Well, it depends what system he's playing, doesn't it? Because if you're playing a 4-3-3, the onus is going to be on the left winger and the right winger to cover the left back and the right back, which probably, dependent on where you're playing Hamer or Emmy, if you're playing them in the 8, in a 3, then the onus isn't going to be on them to defend from that standpoint. The onus will be on them to cover, maybe at points, but not to out and out support that. The onus will still be on James and Nonto for that. But are we admitting everybody that, you know, even if we get Mike, I think that'd be a lovely end, mate. Lovely end. If we just got Buendia, would we be happy with that in the chat? Okay, so I'll put that in the, and this is, you know, as if we're going to go and get him, by the way, which we still might not. So if it was just Buendia, so we'll go just Buendia, happy, no, we need more. What do you think? Polls in the chat. The only reason, Yabo, I'm saying it with Harry Wilson is because they've gone and got Kevin in, haven't they? Gone and got a couple of wingers in as well. I agree with you, though. I think selling Harry Wilson, it would be mental. Would be absolutely mental. Buendia one to watch. It's funny, isn't it? Guys, as well, if you're interested in joining our Patreon, this is today. We've got a WhatsApp group and it doesn't stop. So if you're interested in doing that, I'm there. I'm on there all the time as well. So make sure you check out. You need to join the Patreon, though, to be involved in it. Could be wrong, Connor, but I'm sure we brought in Isidore in originally as a left winger. It makes sense, mate, wouldn't it? Powerful left winger who can invert. I think Mayende could be classified as a left winger as well, couldn't he? 1,000% need more. So 90% of you have said more. And that's with Buendia. That's with Buendia. Harry, thanks, mate. You're the only one who said it. So I was trying to, yeah, like the bit of the low fields, all this sort of stuff. Do you guys like the background? I'm kind of wanting to bring a little bit more of this theme, because I know Leeds have gone with this theme this year, but I can bring this into it a little bit more. Could do a few more of the designs around it, if you want me to do that. But yeah, if you kind of like that theme, I'm thinking about bringing it into the thumbnails as well and other graphic bits, because it feels like Leeds are going with that this season, doesn't it? So Leeds signed Buendia, but VAR overrules any signs elsewhere. Oh, it's fun, isn't it? It's fun. It's fun. See what else is going on. Never forget. So Parag did say history shows there's always a lot of activity in the last few weeks of the window. That's what he said. I love it. Yes, it's very Ellen Road. Ah, good stuff. Good stuff, everyone. Need a bit of white in it. Okay. Okay. Brett says, Connor, I have a really poorly wife, so could you please give Trish a big shout out as she loves your channel as well? Shout out to you, Brett, and shout out to Trish. Hope you get better very, very soon, Trish. And a big shout out to you. And you look very happy in your profile picture with the man. Love the background, the window overlooking ER is great too. Good stuff, mate. Good stuff. Are we actually getting someone today? Yes. Yes, we will get someone today. We'll definitely get someone today. We'll definitely get someone today. Morning, Connor. Hey, Sammy. How's it going, mate? Good to see you in here. Yeah, I think we will get someone. I'd be stunned if we didn't get someone. I just think is it going to be good enough, and is it going to be enough? Is the question. Chat, is this my longest stream so far? Have I ever been on for this long? Nearly 2 hours. My God. This is a proper shift, innit? Don't go to bed just yet. Are you enjoying it though? Is this boring? I always think this is boring for you guys. Like, I'm just sat here. There's 2,000 of you here, and nothing's happening yet. Nothing's happening yet. Are you entertained? Like, if the numbers start going down, like if it turns into like 12 of you watching, I'll go off and I'll be like, right, you guys actually don't want to see this anymore. But I don't really know what I'm saying here, so I can try my absolute best. I'm probably just going to read out a lot of the comments here. The Sky panel said that Villa were lifeless until Buendia came up. They're going to have to get players in, aren't they? I think they're going to have to get like a couple of players in for Leeds to get Buendia, especially if he was this good yesterday, which people are saying. No, it's Ace, mate. On for 2 hours just because of the Pinder comment. This is becoming way too obvious. Stop saying this. She might be watching as well. Is she watching? I'll send her a text. You all right today, babe? How's it going? How's today, babe? Oh, she sent me a love you lots, so that's a good sign. No, she sent me that at 9:03. How's your day, babe? Drop the babe. Love you too. What else should I say? What else? How's your day? Love you too. What else should I say? What else would be like a nice cap off? What have you got for lunch today? Send. No. Why would you? Why would I ask her what she's got for lunch? No. Bad message. And it's iMessage as well. Used to use WhatsApp. Used to be able to edit that. See what's going on in the world. How are the lads, Connor? Shout out to you, James. Connor, why haven't we looked at the loan market? We have, mate. We have. I think we're looking at it right now with Buendia, potentially. So, Connor is falling apart again. I think it's because I'm on for 2 hours. Always a dad in the chat, isn't there? You're my Lucy Pinder. No, you're my Lucy Pinder. Will you marry me? No, it's not going to happen. Aston Villa trying for Harvey Elliott, yeah. So I think what's going to have to happen, I mean, look, it's not from I've just got a message from a mate waiting on Villa to sign Harvey Elliott so we can sign a player they don't want. The standards are on the floor, mate. It kind of feels like that, doesn't it? It kind of feels like, look, because they were talking to Hamer, whatever they'll tell you, and it's not Graham's fault or everybody else's fault. They were talking to Hamer. They have been talking to Hamer. They've lost out on Bilal El Khanous. They've lost out on Benenotte. They've lost out, but they can't just keep losing out. And we can't keep saying, even on the channel, we can't keep saying, well, what are they supposed to do? It's giving them too much of an out. It's giving them too much of an out, isn't it? We can't just continuously turn around and go, yeah, but they tried. Like, it shouldn't get to the point in the window. Like, Emi Buendia has always been available. He's always been available. He's been more available previously because he'd not come on for Villa, played 59 minutes against Brentford, 45 minutes against Crystal Palace. So he's been more readily available, hasn't he, for a transfer? I like Buendia, and we've had a bit of fun. But I like Buendia. But I'm just a little bit like, this wasn't the plan, was it? It's not the plan. This isn't the plan. It's nowhere near the plan. And I think that's where I'm a little bit like, it just feels like we've been promoted since the 21st of April. the most important signings in the Premier League. I would say, you've got to get your rear guard sorted. Of course you have. But going forward, you've got to score goals from open play. You look at Burnley scoring 2 at the weekend, scoring 2 against Sunderland. You've got Sunderland scoring. I mean, I know that the opponent's obviously, the opponent's really heavy when we're talking about this, but you've got Sunderland scoring 5 goals. I think this is kind of where I'm at, waiting on Villa to sign Harvey Elliott so we can sign a player that they don't want. The standards are on the floor, mate. Yeah, I agree with that. I think you come into today, you make a signing over the weekend and you make another today. Fine. You've left it late, but you've gone and got it done. We've got 7 hours left. And we're interested in Emi Buendia. And they have been speaking to Hamer. I don't care. They have been speaking to him. They have. Or they've spoken. They've at least they've got a deal which about 4 different people have corroborated. 2 million quid. Loan fee. 15 to 20 million. Obligation. That was what they were talking about. So they can say whatever they want. Oh, Leeds were never in for Hamer. Bollocks. Absolute bollocks. So it's kind of got to that stage where obviously, Emi Buendia would improve Leeds United. He would improve Leeds United. I think Leeds have had a solid enough window, but it's not been good enough. It's not been good enough. And right now, guys, this is rough saying this. Leeds United, for me, go down right now. I know we've got 4 points in 6, but I just think over a season, over 35, 36 games, Leeds are going to struggle going forward. I think we will. I think the front line of, naturally throughout the career, is not very potent, but I like DCL. I think we can get some goals out of him. Mecha, not a potent striker really, more of a linker. So you've got to get someone in around both of them who can score goals. James, I'm not convinced he's going to make it up to Premier League standard consistently. Nonto, you guys know I like Nonto. I think now we've seen him pre-season, he's better on the right. Is Nonto going to get you 10 goals this season? No. Is he going to get you 8 goals? No. How many assists is he going to get? Okafor, wait and see on that one, really. But it's not enough. It's not enough in that final. It's just not. So, yeah, we are. Right now, I think I'd put a lot of money on it. I know we've done okay. We've got 4 points out of 2 very difficult fixtures. But it's not good enough, this team. It's not good enough right now for me. So they've got to pull something out their arse now. They'll... Oh, God. It's not negativity, mate. It's not. If anything, mate, I've actually had, Dale, people coming on the channel and telling me how deluded I am now because I'm too positive. I can't win with you guys. Last season, I'm too negative. No, last season I was too positive as well. The season before, I was the most negative fan on planet Earth. Season before, I was the most negative fan on planet Earth. This window, I've been too positive. You can't win with you guys. You cannot win. And Dale, why? What in this when we've not scored an open play goal and we look toothless up top? You can't. We could get 38 draws, mate, maybe, or 35 more draws, potentially, and you could be right. But open your eyes and smell the coffee, mate. You can't just blindly have this. We're going to stay up. Why? Why are we going to stay up right now? The manager is saying we need players. The board have said effectively we need players. The window goes until, the last 2 weeks. That's the board saying it as well. The board's saying they need more players. They're saying it. Everyone knows it. Matt says, problem is you've been right the last few seasons. It's not, do you know what it is, mate? It's not me being right. It's you just you're reacting to what's going on, aren't you? And with Leeds United, I've been a Leeds fan long enough to be able to not have this. And I'm not saying Dale's doing this, but I think there is a portion of our fan base who are actually have toxic positivity. It's toxic positivity. It's not been balanced. It's just completely one side, completely blind faith. And they're a part of our fan base. Kingy, if you're in here, mate, I'm joking. But if there are others who I think are the most negative, downtrodden, hurt fans on planet Earth, you know? And there's been points where I've had frustrations with this club. But, you know, my old boy sometimes can be a little bit like that. He sends me up the wall sometimes. Oh, we've done with this, with us, like that. And I'm trying to bring him back round, you know? But he said this would happen. He said this would happen. And I was like, no, Dad, no, it's not going to happen. No. He's like, no, this will happen, I'm telling you. I was like, oh, no. So I've tried, been on this platform for 6 years. I've tried to become more honed and more balanced. And I think I've got there. But this is not good enough if it ends like this. And I think we all know it. Well, I think if we get a couple of good players in today, I think we stay up. Currently, Burnley. Currently, Burnley. Leeds and Wolves. Burnley, Leeds and Wolves currently. I think if we add in 2 more players, Burnley, Wolves and West Ham, dependent on the player. Because I think Leeds have actually made some good additions. And I think, you know, there can be enough. But you got to go improve. You got to bring in a couple more. Got to. Paul, how are you doing, mate? How are you doing? Paul, I was just saying, mate, that I'm trying to be as balanced as I can right now. And I've tried my absolute hardest throughout the window to give them credit. But I'm getting to a stage now where I'm thinking, come on, lads, you're taking the absolute piss. Elle says, Connor, Connor, lad, you're tired and need a Deliveroo. I do. I really need a Deliveroo. Can I tell you something, which I've been doing the last couple of weeks? It's horrendous. It's absolutely horrendous. I've started, right, because of the rumour mill, you know, every morning, and it's so knackering. But you guys just think I wake up and I get on stream and go, blah, 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 for an hour, and that's it. I'm sat here with the old notepad. I've spilt coffee everywhere. Sat here with the old notepad, making reams and reams of notes from about 7 a.m. onwards, updating it's just a nightmare, right? Every morning, okay? I've started buying on Deliveroo 2 coffees every morning. We've got coffee in the house, but it's just not as good. I get an oat flat white. I get 2 of them, extra hot, oat milk, delivered to the door. That is disgusting. That is absolutely disgusting because I'm tired. I'm tired. And I don't want to go outside. I've got more bags than Tesco under my eyes. And the missus is like, Connor, you spent £10 on 2 coffees again. And I've got more excuses than a pregnant nun on why I'm doing it. You know, need to get out. I can't go out. No, I'm only doing it once. I'm doing it. It's too regularly. So the guy's coming, and my number on Deliveroo, if you guys know, you know, he comes to the door and he goes, 81. And I'm like, oh, you know my number off by heart. Shit. Oh, no. Yeah, it's not good. It's not good. No, I don't. I've not made it. This is the terrible thing about it. I'm getting coffee delivered and I can't afford it. I really can't. Oh, God. I've just been a lazy pig. Lee Report says, REPSR, still blame on Rad's inflated assets. It shouldn't be now, mate. It shouldn't be now. It really shouldn't. Us not scoring from open playing 3 matches are huge red flags. It should be. And just at the weekend, mate, like, you're looking at it and you're thinking, Harrison and Aronson. And this is, look, we're all Leeds fans. And we're passionate about our club, but you've got to turn around and say, if you're thinking Harrison and Aronson in the Premier League are good sustenance, I'm going to call you toxically positive. That is a joke. You cannot have that in the Premier League. Window rating as it stands, 5.5 maybe. Villa just signed Sancho. Okay. Hopefully that's the... Leeds are going to kill me. Mate, they're on the way there. Thought you were on the oat lattes. No, it's too much milk. I'm not loaded. I wish I was loaded. I might be getting 4 coffees a day then. Joke. Russ, I don't know what you mean, mate. I don't know what you mean. Why am I on list? I don't know what you're on the list. I don't know what list you're on about, mate. Connor, you have to have a lie down in a dark room. I know, mate. I know. This is like therapy, isn't it? It's not even Leeds anymore. It's just therapy. 5 out of 10. Yeah, Dale, okay. An okay window. What's that rating? Probably a 5. 5.5. That's an okay rating, I think, mate. Maybe stretch to a 6. We need a little bit of stardust, a little bit of sprinkle, a little bit of paprika on this team, don't we? Lavazza quality Oro coffee. Oh, my God. Let's have a look. See what else is going on. Big news coming out of Leeds. Bomber. Guys, we've got an Adam Pope bomber. My God. Big news. And you'll only get it here, live on One Leeds. Okay, here we go. It looks like the dominoes are falling, everybody. Who else is excited? Hull City close to bringing in Leeds United midfielder Darko JB in on a permanent deal. I understand League Two Shrewsbury Town have shown interest in under-21 captain Alfie Cresswell, but he's set to remain at TA rather than go on loan. It's a big win for Leeds. Close the window down. Alfie is staying at Leeds. No shade on Alfie whatsoever there, but it's a big deal keeping hold of him. You're going to hate me for that, aren't you? Big news! Connor gets another oat milk flat white. Don't go to bed just yet. Oh, Jesus. James, don't say that because it just fuels me to do it more. It's just my characteristic, mate. Complete wind up. So apologies, but yeah. Oh God, I'm sorry. Uche gone to Palace. If we get some big news, it's gonna be mental. You know, I'm gonna I'm going to really go over the top with it. But, you know, big news. Here we go. Shrewsbury Town. Not funny. Oh, Jay's not happy. This video's got a few dislikes now, I think. Dislike. Angry dislike. Right. We're talking about targets, right? Not Matt Target, but we're talking about targets. Could I interest you in maybe this? What about this? You ready? What about it? Plays as a forward for MLS club Seattle Sounders. I think we've got a chance. All I'm saying, guys, I think we've probably got a chance. Recovery from surgery for ongoing issue, really getting me down. However, I've watched your streams, watched your daily over the summer window, and today I'm really enjoying this, lad. Good banter. Cheers, mate. Cheers, pal. Hope you're good, mate. Hope you're good as well, of course. Finally, we get... Finally, we get our man. Imagine. Breaking. Leeds get MLS Saunders. Superstar Ryan Kent. Go get him. Go get him. Bring him in. Ian says, you should not have to explain yourself, Connor. You are by far the guy that calls it exactly what it is, and more than not, you are bang on the money. Keep up the great work. Cheers, Ian. Thanks a lot, mate. Appreciate it. We have been going for 2 hours and 18 minutes. Why am I still on? What is going on? Should we go through the... I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll go through... Should we get through the transfer? Is there a transfer window hashtag? Is there a transfer window hashtag? Sheffield Wednesday signing a player? Deadline day. Let's go for it. Deadline day. Yeah, Manchester United reached total agreement with Royal Antwerp to sign Sen Lemens. Apparently, we were interested in him for 18 million. That means that they've actually got a goalkeeper in, which is slightly frustrating. Oh, do you guys remember this? Do you remember this? Stuff like this back in the... you guys might be a little bit too... Some of you might be a little bit too young for this, but this was where it was at. Never mind your Ornsteins, your Fabrizios. You guys, not only did you miss out on Italian football in the 90s, some of you youngsters, right? You missed out on this. Do you know the thrill of going to this app? Not even an app. They didn't have app in those days. And seeing stuff like this. Teletext was absolutely elite. Arsenal seal Bergkamp swoop. What else is in there? Chelsea to field Hullet as sweeper. Liverpool mull over Collymore bid. This was so good. I used to do it right. So we get in. I remember, I don't know why, I've got this like prominent memory of Leeds beating West Ham 3-0 back in the day, and I loved it when Robbie Fowler came in. When Robbie Fowler came into Leeds, I absolutely loved it. I loved watching him at Liverpool. I loved Fowler, right? I loved Owen, to be fair. But Fowler and Owen were like my favourite strikers at the time. Fowler came in and he scored a chip, like a lob, over David James after scoring a hat-trick against Bolton on Boxing Day, I think it was. But he scored a lob over David James at Ellen Road. Bearing in mind, David James was about 6'6" or 6'5", I think. Unbelievable. And celebrated, lovely crystal white kit. And I remember just coming back, going on teletext, and there was a live scores in the bottom, and you had to wait for it to get to the next screen. So you waited for it to get to the next screen, and it was like Fowler just scored. And then, you know, you'd see on the TV the highlights and stuff. You never had access to instant TikToks showing a Robbie Fowler goal or anything like that. It was immense. Absolutely. I loved it. Take me back. Take me back to going to the Algarve when I was younger. Yeah? Big baller back then, everybody. Mum and dad taking me to the Algarve for 2 weeks, you know, kids' holidays and all that. And remembering my dad going and looking at the newspaper and seeing, like, you know, the Leeds news. So they'd sit there. You'd have like a little orange juice in the morning. Dad'd be there with a coffee and he'd be reading the paper. And I'd be like, Dad, what's the news? What's the news? On the paper, it'd be like Leeds have signed like Jason Wilcox or Don Matteo or something like that. The good old days. Ah, the good old days, mate. It's all crap now. It is, though. It's like, we love doing this. It's proper community-led. But transfers, back in the day, they were so much more fun. Fabrizio's killed it. He's absolutely killed it. Some would say he's improved it, but he has murdered the landscape. Oh, the good old days. Teletext. Gazzetta Football Italia, mate. Oh, what a programme. James Richardson just sat there like this, reading a newspaper, legs crossed, and he'd have an espresso. And he'd be, oh, hello there. Hello. Oh, I'll put my double espresso down there. In Turin, the other night, we saw Fiorentino, Gabriel Batistuta's Fiorentina, go and compete against Del Piero and co. Pavel Nedved. We're going to go over there now and see how it went on. And it hit the spot. It was so good. And if you know, there's genuine times where I've watched it on YouTube again. I'll watch episodes of it. Take me back. I want to see Hernan Crespo scoring for Lazio. I want to see Veron controlling the game. You know what I mean? I want to see... Do you remember Leeds went up against Del Vecchio and Totti? Do you remember Nigel Martin had that unbelievable game? They were so hard to... Leeds went out to Lazio. Leeds went out to Rome and beat them 1-0. And it was something like, I don't think in Europe, the stat was mad back in the day. I don't think a team had beaten, or it was like 2-0 up against an Italian side in Europe ever. It was something like that. There was a crazy statistic when we beat them 1-0 out there. Yeah, good old days, eh? The good old days. Those are the days, my friend. Gaza at Lazio. Do you know, that was a little bit before my time, I think. So I think he was there in like 95, wasn't he? Was it like 95 or was it like 98? Vardy having a medical. What, Leeds? Reece Nelson to Brentford. C-Fax. Definitely, mate. Good old days, mate. Good old days. Teletext when checking what was on cinema was frustrating. I never did that, you know. I always just went up to the sports section. I was just never interested in anything else. I've got that shirt, Connor, the exact teletext screenshot on it. Have you? Presumably that's for Arsenal fans. Bamboozle was my childhood, says Donny. Oh, God. You're as mad as a box of frogs, mate. I've been on here for 3 hours. I've got these. Look what I've got in my eyes, right? This is what I've got in my eyes as well. Everyone smile. Everyone smile. Bang. Right. So this is just like in my eyes constantly. I've got anything else on screen which is incriminating. No, I'm joking. What is going on? My camera's not working. Great. Still need to Fulham for Romano Bomba. Ooh. Breaking Sancho to Aston Villa. Here we go. Let's have a quick look. I've just got lost in that C-Fax thing there, haven't I? Manor Solomon. Ooh. Will Pickworth. Sports reporter is saying that apparently Solomon has interest from Leicester. Will Asula one to watch in the final hours of the window with clubs at home and abroad making inquiries? Oh my God, I'm going to have to put this fan on. Can you guys hear the fan? Is it slightly annoying? I'm going to have to put it on. It's boiling in here all of a sudden. If you can hear it, I don't care. You're going to have to deal with it. I'm joking. I will turn it off if you can hear it. And I'll just cook. El Canoes loan to Stuttgart. There we go. Yeah, ESPN NL saying Veerman won't be allowed to leave. Well, there we go. Could Leeds make a move? Give us a roundup, Connor. What's the latest? Matt, there is not that much going on at this moment in time, mate. We've kept hold of Alfie Cresswell. He's not going to Shrewsbury Town. Grev's heat map has been uploaded earlier on. We are interested in Emi Buendia, according to Paul Joyce, which is good news. Gustavo Hamer, from what I have been told, PSV could only move for him if they sell Veerman to Brentford, which looks like it might not be happening right now. Apparently, Leeds United were £1 to £3 million away from the valuation of Gustavo Hamer. And yeah, he's still there to be got. And apparently, Sheffield United have already lined up a replacement if Buendia is to go. 6.5 hours to go. 1,000 likes, another 800 to go. Slap a like on the video. You can't hear it, mate. Oh, that's good. I have tinnitus, so I like fan noise. It's like copium, isn't it, as well, if you can hear it. ESPN, PSV will not let Veerman join Brentford. I assume that means Hamer isn't a target now. Yeah, 100%. You streaming from the airport now, Connor? Can hear a jet engine. Ah, okay. Can you hear it? That's annoying. Can hear it. Can you hear it or can't you hear it? Graham Smith bomber, is there? Says RB. Is he winding me up? I mean, I've wound you up quite a lot, so. Oh my. I'm not sure. Wow. How has this happened? This is ridiculous. Whoa. Breaking news! JB to Hull permanent deal. Well, to be fair, that is quite a bit of news. In all fairness, that is quite a bit of news. In all fairness, which is good. I guess that's good. At least we've got an outgoing there. At least we've got an outgoing. That's positive. So there you go. The first bomber we've seen. JB goes to Hull. Nicking a lot of our players, aren't they? Cannot hear fan, good lad. One troll leads. Yeah, okay. Listen, it's not my fault. There's no breaking news going on. I said to you before I started that. Listen, if Leeds aren't going to do anything, I can't just feed you nothing. I'll just sit here like this. I'm going to try to provide entertainment here, guys. I've been on here for 3.5 hours. Breaking news. Is that a jet engine in the background? I thought they couldn't buy anyone. 49ers got their time zones mixed up. We don't hear anything after 3 p.m., 7 a.m. in San Fran. 2,000 of you watching, everybody. Please slap a like on the video. You must have heard the crazy bomber that just came in. What should we order? I might have to sign something. One fan TV. Sign something. I might have to order something and get a picture with the Deliveroo guy. Should I do that? Just get a picture with him. One lead signs. I don't know what to get. I might actually I can't be on here all day. You're just gonna have to come back. I have to leave the house. Sorry, I have to leave the house. This is not fair. Not my fault, mate. Not my fault. I've told you at the start. You can't blame me for the no news. No news fan channel. Polly's off. Tell us about these replica shirts, Con. What are they like? I can show you them if you want. Do you want me to show you some of the replica shirts? Let's do it. Well, hold on. I'm going to have to take my camera off for a second, but I'll be back in a jiffy. Right, I'm back. Hello. Okay, so these are, if anybody is interested, these are some of the replica shirts that we got from OK Jersey. Okay, so we have, oh, it's not going to do it with the green screen. Hold on. Right, we'll have the green screen down for a second and we'll put it back up. Oh, it's not going to work again, is it? Hold on. Try. Right, it was a yellow Dortmund top. Oh, God, this is chaos. Hold on, I'll turn it off. Right, boom. There we go. Right, okay. So, we've got a yellow Dortmund top. Lovely. Ooh. If you fancy. We have embroidered. Good lad, Josh. Embroidered. Beautiful. Inter Milan replica. Great one, that. Right, so that's 2. The brand new Ireland top. Look at this. Look at that. I'm not mucking around. It's proper embroidered badge. Look. Proper embroidered. There you go. It's a lovely one, that. What else have we got? Look at that. Look at the detail. Loose. Probably I'd say loose. Yeah, but look even here. ASMR. What else have we got? Probably my favourite, I would say. Oh, like, these are actually probably the best ones. These are probably the best ones. They're all replicas. Yeah. Barca top, very nice. But I actually saw the real one in Sports Direct the other day. It's the exact same. There you go. Look at this. Look at this. Lovely stuff. Probably my favourite, I'd have to say, is that one, though. The Lazio one. We were just talking about that, weren't we? Liga Calcio. Love it. Absolutely brilliant. And then I'd say probably one of the best. 93, 94. Newell's Old Boys. Maradona. Sponsor on the back and everything. Lovely. So link in the description if anyone's interested. It's about 15 quid a top. There you go. And I'm just not buying tops anymore, as in like the real ones. I'm not doing it. I literally refuse with how much they're going up now. I used to love replica tops, and now I'm just not doing it with the amount of money they're costing. So yeah, if you're interested. QVC channel. Yeah, link in the description, mate. It is OK Jersey. So Josh has got it there. Link in the description if you fancy it. But yeah, they're literally 15 quid. That's why I've said it to you guys as well. So yeah, 15 quid if you fancy a top. I've got about 10 of them now. I've got 3 more coming through. Boca Juniors, Real Madrid, and another Leeds top, I think. Right, we're back up. Woo! Look at that. Glossy behind the scenes. Look at that. YouTuber. Didn't expect that, did you? And watch this. Look at that, and we're back. Love it, bud. Definitely going to check it out. Yeah, make sure you do, man. Why not? Why not, eh? Where's the club badge? For this particular one, the Newell's Old Boys one, mate, when I bought it, it wasn't a... I might be able to show you it. The 93, 94 Newell's Old Boys. They didn't have it. Might be able to show you. Because I thought that at the start. I was like, hold on, what's this? Yeah, it's this one. Hold on. That one there. 93, 94. There you go. So, yeah. They didn't have the club badge on it for whatever reason. So, yeah. Okay. So, what do you reckon? What's everybody's money? Are we thinking it's Buendia? Is that what we're thinking? So, obviously, Brentford have gone and got Reece Nelson. Good deal. Really good deal, I think. How long with the delivery? To be honest, mate, probably about 10 days, I think it took. 10 days, so yeah. If you want it quickly, probably not a good idea, but 10 days, maybe 14 days. It's an amusingly bad window. I know, mate, I know. Roy of the Rovers, yes, Dale. Size-wise, Connor, I'm normally a... What would I say I am now? Can fit into a medium, but I'd probably go large. I'm probably a large, so I got XL because you know the fittings and all that. So I got XL, and I'd go a size up. Oh my God, Graham Smith bomber, actual bomber apparently. Actual bomber. We've got a bit of news, everybody. Let's have a look. Graham's done an article. But Leeds have genuine... Okay, transfer deadline can bring all the madness, but Leeds have genuine reason to be frantically at work. So, yeah, he's done this whole piece. I just want to know where we're at in terms of what he thinks. Is anything close? Okay. We'll stick this on the screen so you guys can see it. Oh, Graham's mentioned Sunderland as well. See? A lot of you guys think it's just Connor mentioning Sunderland. Let's get it all up so you guys can have a read of it as well. I'm not doing the YEP a good service here. Right, so this is the latest news when it comes to what Graham said in his latest article. Just so we can compile it. Bang. That's one. Right, okay. I won't put it over my head. So when it comes to previously reported targets, the news is bleak. The rage is building. We're having fun, but the rage is slowly building. When it comes to previously reported targets, the news is bleak. Bilal El-Khanousi is completing to a move. Rich Stuttgart, after they sold Nick Waltermad to Newcastle United. Buenanotte is off to Chelsea. Delaney Backward is going to Forest. Edward Spurzian is staying put at Krasnodar. Nico Gonzalez went to Atletico. Takefusa Kubo of Real Sociedad never came into an achievable price bracket. Cristante Uche is set to join Palace. Gustavo Hamer has never been a firm target this summer. PSR have been hovering anyway. Even Manor Solomon is rated unlikely. And last we checked, the chance of a late swoop for Emi Buendia was slim. Things could change on that one. Things could change for a small number of targets, but not many. And the clock is ticking against Leeds. So who can they get then? Are we now in promising Premier League youngsters on loan territory? Leeds United say they're working on a couple of possibilities, but let's have it right. If something isn't close by now, There is a real degree of difficulty involved because of the time constraints. Players on the continent would have to be getting on planes soon to have any chance of successful medical. That's true. Even UK-based players would be rushing to complete a deal if something fell into place. You can never say never, of course. There might still be time to do something, just about. It's certainly possible, but it will be baffling for Leeds to find themselves in that position. It will cast the time spent on a fruitless pursuit of Igor Paixão and the strategy of attempting to bring in ambitious attacking targets in a not so kind light. Earlier on in the window, when favourable comparisons were being made to Sunderland's work, Leeds insisted they would stick to a plan and it would become evident. That was true for a time. The plan might not work, but you could see what they were doing with the defensive signings, the midfielders and the goalkeeper. The plan has been far from clear when it comes to attackers. Players they liked have too often had better options on the table. So much time has come and gone without the addition Farke has been calling for. The final third is they look meek by Premier League standards. See, guys, it's not just me, the negative man, saying it. It's other people too. Will anyone be leaving today? Darko JB on a permanent deal to Hull City. No, I mean, he's done a paragraph on Darko JB. Ilan Meslier is wanted by Lorient and could yet make a deadline day exit from Ellen Road. It's difficult to blame Leeds for taking so long to shift the keeper. Like, it's even, if we've been brutally honest, the Outgoings have been an absolute shit show, haven't they? They've had to terminate Bamford's contract, which will have cost them a lot. Meslier is still here. Aronson is still here. Harrison is still here. I know a lot of you like Gruev, but I would have liked maybe a Julian Weigl to come in as a replacement for Gruev. I think that would have worked, but Gruev is still here, and I think we all thought that I'd be moving on in the window, but it is what it is. He's still here. Peru is still here. The Outgoings have been an absolute shit show, mind my French. They've been horrendous. The Outgoings have been so poor, and we're talking about incomings, and there's been some good ones. There has. But I will maintain what I said at the very beginning. If Leeds don't get players in now, I genuinely believe Leeds United are going down. That's my opinion. And could they prove me wrong? Yeah. Okafor could be starting. He could be unbelievable and never get injured and be durable. That's the context. James could suddenly step up. Could happen. Mecha and DCL could just start firing. We don't have a 10, so Brendan Aronson and Jack Harrison might work and score 10 Premier League goals between them. But why are you risking it? Why do we always do this? On the channel, I've done about 8, probably about 10 transfer windows. It always ends up the same. Always. Scrambling at the end. And you have to look at Sunderland. And I don't care if people don't like this. They don't like it because they're insecure about it. Sunderland have had an unbelievable window for their standards. You're bringing in Xhaka, Siddiqui, and Diarra. You brought in a new 11, and they're gelling already. And you've loaned arguably your best winger out. So you've let Ramazani go. We can't even get Solomon, with the greatest of respect. We can't even get Solomon because we've been dicking around. Who I don't think will be a good addition, but it's something. They've gone and got Bakwa, which is a really good signing in Forest. And at the end of the window, we'll have more excuses than a pregnant nun. So you've got to go out and you've got to do some signings, boys. You've got to bring some in, haven't you? Now. It's got to start happening very quick. Very, very quick. But what a brilliant article. Now, look, the context is Graham might not know what everybody else hears. You know, some people, there might be stuff going on in the background. You know, for instance, Gus Hamer. He said there's never been any interest in Hamer. I believe there has been interest in Gus Hamer, and there's been conversations and a fee. That's what I believe, right? So that sort of stuff might happen. Might happen where the club don't feed Graham with whatever they're telling him, and they might be doing stuff behind closed doors because they move in silence. But to let Ramazani go and not replace him, and even affect it, well, I guess you've replaced him with Okafor, but they're the same player. Okafor's not better than Ramazani. They're the same tier. They're the same level. Why would you weaken yourself? I thought at least with that Graham was going to say, I mean, he said earlier on, to be fair, that there's targets that we're looking at. Someone's just put on our group chat, it's deadline day. Sunderland have signed 2 20 million plus players and we're getting Gruev heat maps. Oh my God. Gruev heat maps. Fucking hell. They've signed 2 20 million plus players and we're getting Gruev heat maps. Do you know what it feels like? It feels like, do you remember when you'd have like a game of musical chairs when you were a kid? It feels like we're the ones standing when the music stopped. Does anybody else feel like that? I feel like YMCA stopped. I feel like Mambo number 5 has stopped. The music's off. And I'm thinking, shit, where's the chair? Everybody sat down in front of me. No chair left. That's what I feel being a Leeds fan at the minute. Where's my chair? It can't be. What are you guys saying? Has that just thoroughly depressed you? I feel like it's going to get to 6 p.m. and it's going to be like... it's going to be like a kebab shop at 4 a.m. Do you know what I mean? We'll take anyone. We'll take anyone in that attacking quartet now. I'll take any central attacking midfielder. Jay, I'll have you, mate. I'll have you in central attacking midfielder. We'll take anyone who's still standing in that kebab shop. If you know, you know. It's I don't know how many more analogies I can think of. It's like trying to watch your mate pull, innit? At 2 a.m. Never mind kebab shop. That's afterwards. It's like trying to watch your best mate pull. It's desperate. It's messy, and there's no one left. I honestly thought Buendia would. I thought at least Buendia, or at least Solomon. At least Solomon. Maybe that decent Newcastle performance has convinced the 49ers. Nah, mate, please do not do this. Elliot to Villa, Dominoes. Yes, this has got to happen. This has got to happen. I've got to have some level of optimism to be on stream for 452 hours. Please get rid of the Buendia profile. All right. Well, whose profile do you want up there? Do you want to try find your profile? How about that? Whose profile do you want up there then? So we've got to replace him with someone. He's the only link we've had. What do you want me to do? I'll tell you who I'll put up. I'll tell you who I'll put up. There we go. Oh my God. Swear to God. We've gone into Aldi with 50p and expected to come out with a leg of lamb. That's what we've done. In the attacking phase. Flipping it. Pat Bamford. Starbucks flat white. I'll take Connor's profile. I'll go up front. I'll go up front. Oh, God. Telling you now, that tree plant. It is, mate. I've just got to the point now. In fact, screw it. Let's get it over. We've got his heat map. No, we're just going to keep Gruev up there. It's not Gruev's fault. It's just the fact that he's just been the big news, hasn't he? The big news. I like Gruev's heat map. Just put the people in the Patreon tell me to just put the chat up, the heat map up. Oh man, if you don't laugh, you'll cry. Anything, Leeds. Anything. Right, okay, here we go. Maybe this is something. Come on, let's be positive. Right, this might be something. Maybe. There's got to be something in Buendia, aren't they? I mean, John said we're interested, so we're definitely interested. Right. Exclusive. Aston Villa are closing in on a deadline day deal to sign Harvey Elliott from Liverpool before window closes. AVFC advancing in talks over season-long loan with by obligation. Could this be it? Could this be it? Emi Buendia from Argentina. He signed for Leeds from Villa Park. He's 5'7". He's football heaven. Please don't take my Emi away. Emi Buendia from Argentina. He signed from Leeds from Villa Park. He's 5'7". He's football heaven. Please don't take my Emmy away. Go on, get it done. Look, sorry, they're already singing songs about him. I've made a song. There we go. Take it. You know, I don't go to games. I just do watch-alongs. So there you go. Take it to the ground, everybody. You know, let's go get him. Five hours left. I'm so interested to see how many of you are actually still here. Who's it? Why is there 2,000 of you here? What are you doing with your day? What are you doing? I was under the assumption that Vociferous King Clang just said, just join the stream on work break. No signings just yet. No, mate, not yet. But the big news of the day, I'll tell you what, chat, you tell him. If you want a little bit of a roundup, mate, 6 hours. 6 hours. I'm going to have to get a Deliveroo. What should I go and get? Timeout, quite good. I've not even had breakfast. I've timed this terribly. This is awful. I don't want to eat rubbish, though. I took the day off work. Why, Skip? Why, mate? Oh, good stuff, Lawrence Salt. Villa top with McGrath on the back. That'll be nice, mate. It'll be nice. That'll be good, mate. Honestly, it will be good. What's happened with Hamer? Nothing is happening with Hamer right now. Darko JB. Oh, I might have to get a yerba mate. Lucas, you could be bang on, mate. You could be bang on. I've been compared to this guy before. I've said it to the missus and she doesn't appreciate it. I've been compared to this guy and I don't know why. I don't look anything like him, but I've been compared to him before. I don't know why. I don't know who he is. I've never seen Brassic. Who are you expected in? God, that is the question. Who am I expected in? I'm expecting a Subway in here in about 20 minutes. That's what I'm expecting in. No, in terms of Leeds, Buendia. Why not? Why not? Oh, God. Okay, so Fulham are now going for Raheem Sterling as well. Okay, that's interesting. So Fulham are going for Raheem Sterling. And also Kevin and Samu Chukwueze. Right. Okay. Interesting. I'm just checking where a certain player has been playing all season. Okay, so you would expect that, and I know people have been talking about this Welsh connection with Harry Wilson. Harry Wilson plays wide right, doesn't he? He's already played 3 games, hasn't he, for Fulham? I don't think Fulham will let him go. I'd be stunned if they let him go. And he's such a key performer for them as well. He's played 90 minutes against Brighton, and he's come off the bench against Man United, and he hasn't come off he did come off the bench against Chelsea. The only reason I'm mentioning this is because if they go get Raheem Sterling, he would be seen as a right winger for Fulham, wouldn't he? And they're spending a lot of money on him. No agreement with Kevin yet. And Samu Chukwueze as well. That surely frees up maybe a right winger at Fulham. Chukwueze plays wide right and wide left, but primarily wide right. So they're going for 2 wingers. Kevin, we all know, is an excellent wide player as well. So you're expecting them, if they're going for Raheem Sterling, maybe as an alternative to Kevin, and Samu Chukwueze, that's 2 wide players. Now, I think this one would be too outlandish. But if they actually went and got Harry Wilson. That'd be a really decent signing. But I don't think they will. I just don't think they will. Unless they panic. We need a panic. We need a panic. And from what this is saying about Harry Wilson as well on Transfermarkt, he's in the last year of his deal. So he's in the last year of his deal. He's 28. He's a right winger. I think Harry Wilson's class. Always. Like, he's been so good for Fulham. Last year of his deal, Fulham would 100% be up for negotiation with Harry Wilson. Surely. Last year of his deal, Leeds with a big move. They're bringing in winger after winger after winger. Let's see if they've been starting as well. So as well as bringing in Chukwueze, wanting Kevin and Raheem Sterling, Fulham starting 11 versus Chelsea. Let's have a look. So Fulham starting 11 versus Chelsea. Just literally want the lineup. It's not difficult. Right, starting lineups. It's good. Iwobi. I don't know if he plays that wide, does he? There's a Iwobi in there. They played about 8 defenders against Chelsea, so this isn't good. Barron Cross post. Oh, shit. Barron Cross post. I'm having a look. So just nothing. Just nothing. Fucking hell, Leeds, man. Just... Oh, I'm getting annoyed. I was fun. I was having... Maybe this is like some sort of... Are these stages of grief when we've not even been going through grief? Just... This is piss poor. Right, I'm going to go to the toilet quickly. So I'm going to leave you guys with that. I want you to all tell me in the comment section below your thoughts on that. And I'll be 2 seconds. Oh my God. Right. God, that's poor, isn't it, Leeds? If that is true, that is poor. Right. Denial, anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance. Has Fab posted the heat map yet? No. It's bad, this, isn't it? It's bad. It's really bad. We all know what needs to be done. Melier, another one with a decent chance of leaving before 7 p.m, given his fourth choice. United would like to add one before the deadline. One. Larry said, in 2 hours before on the stream, but please Hamer over Buendia. Connor, it's 10:08 p.m. and I was like, I just got to bed, Sean. It's just I'm not been overreactive, am I? And I'm like, oh, it's been very placid and funny on this chat. That is poor, innit? Leeds fans are going mental on Barron's post. They're going mental. It's bad, that. Even the bit where it's like, United would like to add one before the deadline. Like the language, they would like to add one before the deadline, but they're offering no guarantees. Barron, just when you put this out, this is coming from the direct line at Leeds United. Just when you put this out, Barron, make sure you tell them that we're probably not going to get anyone, but at least we're looking. That literally is what it is. Literally is what it is. It's not Barron's fault, but, you know, working in the world of journalism, this happens, guys. Leeds are literally on. They've got like a little WhatsApp group. There's about 5, 6, 7 journalists all within the sphere. Put this out. Put this out. Put this out. Jesus. It's not Barron's fault. It's not Barron's fault. Barron's just reporting the news. It's. Do you know what it is as well? It's like what we were talking about earlier. It's like Paqueta staying at West Ham, which is massive. West Ham bringing in like Matheus Fernandes and Misengo, which I think is a really good signing from Monaco. I think Wolves keeping hold of Strand Larsen is massive. If they're getting a rocker there, that would be huge as well. Like, Sunderland, I think, have had a brilliant window. They've had a really good window across the board. They've been aggressive. They've acted as a big club. That's what Sunderland have literally done. They've acted as a big club. And you got to look at us. Like, I think we've made some smart additions. I think there's been upgrades. It's nowhere near enough, though. It's worrying. It's really, really worrying, this. Trying to put a positive spin on it, but fucking hell, man. Wow. I didn't expect that. Didn't expect it. That's kind of punched me a little bit. That's really taking the wind out my my sails. Chris says, thanks for keeping us entertained, Con, even with the lack of movement. No worries, buddy. Thank you. We need a PSR style. Strouk and Nonso had to go, says Leeds Lens. Yeah, there's definitely something in that. The outgoings have been shocking as well. Like, I think we all thought, didn't we, that they would have to be like an outgoing at some stage, and really there hasn't been, has there? There's not been a big sale. I thought Peru, and they should have I think they should have got rid of Peru. That's what I think should have been the big sale. You know, Southampton wanted him for years, and there's an argument they needed a centre forward at the beginning of the window. Could you have gone and sold him to Southampton? I don't know. Maybe would that fit in a Will Still system? Could he have gone abroad? There was interest from the Netherlands, and we just don't seem to have. It's like, oh no, we'll keep him. It's like, right, okay. Well, it's not going to work Premier League wise. You've probably got a decent stock with him, decent valuation because of his season last season. Would Championship clubs spend big money on him? Would Sheffield United panic and maybe spend a bit of money on him? I don't know. Like 15 million quid, 10, 15? I don't know. But surely there's a team out there that'd spend above 13, 14 million on Joel Peru. Birmingham, you know? Outgoings have been shite. Really poor when you think about it. Really poor. Matt says Sunderland's squad was far more inferior to ours before the window, though, but I'm still disappointed on how this window is ending. But that should be even worse. That should be an even worse indictment. If their squad is far inferior, we should be then saying, well, look at our squad in the Premier League. Look at our ambition. Look at where we are. This lot I've got to add. Don't go there. Habib Diarra, who we put in a bid for, and then we didn't put in another bid for, and he went to Sunderland, and he's been terrific. I watched him at the weekend. He's brilliant. I know we got stacking, but I'm talking about just primary targets, of which we put bids in for. It's inferior. They've added mass quality, and a lot of them have already gelled already. They've got 6 points in 9. And I get it. We've done okay. We've got 4 points in 9 as well. But when I'm watching Sunderland at the week, I'm not thinking the week going forward. I'm just not. I'm not. I think they're fluid. I know it's against weaker teams. I get it. But I've said to you guys, I'm not just going to pull back on this now. I think their 2 centre forwards in the Championship are Premier League players. I think Mienda's a Premier League player. I think you'd probably get Palace, West Ham looking at him if he was available. I think Isidor's a Premier League player. Mentioned it continuously last season. So I think they've recruited in the Championship players of which can fit into the Premier League. Us and Burnley don't have that. So you've got to go out and get strikers, you know? And they've recruited early and they've been aggressive. They've been really aggressive. Right on cue, everybody, as well. Right on cue. He's never wanted to come. He's never wanted to come. We've explored this before. He didn't want to come before Leverkusen. Did they not, like, put the feelers out? Do you know what I mean? Did they not put the feelers out? And did they not think about these sorts of things? He's turned us down before. I think he's turned us, like, down twice before, Buendia. He turned us down in the Championship. Didn't want to play down there. Wow. Wow. Oh, good Lord. Aston Villa on course to finish deadline day with some very impressive business. Sancho and Harvey Elliott. Could just dream of that, couldn't we? Could dream of players like that. Villa have turned down a loan offer from Leeds for Buendia and decided he will stay. And you know why that is? Because at the start of the season, he's played really well, apparently. Played really well yesterday. But why don't we get our shit in order? And if Buendia is one of the targets, why don't we actually try and make movement at the beginning of the window? Or like middle of the window? Aggressively. Why don't we go and do that? Why do we wait? Why do we wait and wait and wait for these attacking players? And we've renewed interest in Solomon. Buenanotte, you know, I'm not blaming the club for that. But Buenanotte, Bilal El Khanous, Rodrigo Muniz, Igor Pajau, and I can't be a hypocrite here. I've said that they have to get these level up players in the attacking third to be able to compete and stay in the division. And they haven't done that. So they've failed in the attacking third. They've failed. I think Mecha, DCL, Okafor, okay, yeah, we'll see. But the biggest indictment here is you've got the manager of the club at the weekend saying he wants 2 more bodies. And now we've got, let's go through them. We've got Emi Buendia, who's been a today thing. Gus Hamer, Bilal El Kanous, Buena Notte. It's all in the last week. Oh, well, Bilal's been longer than that, hasn't it? Cristante Suche, Bakwa. All interested in. This is right now what they've got to go and do. Go and get Hamer. Go and get him. If you can, I don't understand what the problem is with the valuation. I told you guys, I got something live on air about 3 hours ago. I've been online I've not had any breakfast. I've not had any lunch. I've had 2 coffees and I'm having an absolute breakdown. And it's not because Leeds have got 4 points in 9. Great return. That's a separate thing. The manager has said he wants a couple more bodies in. Every single fan with a brain cell can see when we go forward, we are about as sharp as a wet sponge. What's irritating me is we've been promoted since April 21st. We've been doing deals. We've been talking to players from March, apparently according to Athletic at the very beginning of the window. And you get into a stage now where Leeds United are at the very end, September, autumn. We're in September, and we're trying to get deals done on the last day. And to make it worse, because they've come up with us, you're getting Sunderland send back a striker who they just bought in because they've deemed him not good enough. They've then gone out and signed a 25 million quid replacement. And then they've also gone and got another centre-back or right-back today, I believe. Or the other day. Or in the last 24 hours at least. So Sunderland are pushing down around 30, 40 million on the last day. And Leeds are putting... we must be so close to PSR. We must be so close to PSR. It's got to be. Because they can't be turning around and trying to loan players. They're trying to loan Hamer. Whatever you've been told, they're trying to loan Hamer. They are. Or they've tried at least. I can tell you that for a fact. 99% sure. Hamer. They're trying with Buendia on loan. No money left. To be fair, context with Gio is I think he had to be sent back. However, they still got that replacement done. That's not the point. They had to get that replacement done. They've gone and done it. Yeah, Lauren, I couldn't. I've not watched a lot of him, mate. I've not watched a lot of him. Gertrude, who's gone to Sunderland today, is the signing I'd pay attention to. He's so good. We were close to signing him at Villa. They've made some unreal signings. But we talk about PSR. What about the outgoings? There's just been not enough outgoings. There's not been enough coming to the club. So it's from a negotiation standpoint, it's not been good enough because there's not been enough that have gone. Look, beginning of the winter, we've still got Peru, who's not going to get much of a kick, so you've just got him waiting there. We've had to terminate Bamford's contract. You still got Harrison. You've still got Aronson. You've still got Melier. 1st of September, 2025, and we've still got Ilan Melier at the club. After the last couple of seasons he's had. Melier's still there. Marseille haven't been able to meet his valuation. Lorient haven't apparently been able to meet his valuation. What the hell is his valuation? Should be selling him for a packet of crisps. Do you know what I mean? And a bottle of pop. Can that contribute to PSR? Can we throw a bottle of Diet Coke into PSR? But, you've got players at the club that are sellable assets. You've still got them at the club. I can't get round this Ramazani stuff. I can't get my head round it. It's just poor. Really is poor. You've left yourself potentially not going out and getting anyone and letting Ramazani go. That's just ridiculous. So effectively, and as I've said to you, and as I have to say 150 billion times, Solomon going back to Tottenham wasn't a problem for me. However, Solomon leaves a gap. Okafor's come in, yes. And I'm actually, Excited to see Okafor. I am if he gets played. But I am excited to see Noah Okafor. But there's no guarantee on him right yet. Solomon's gone. Ramazani's gone. And you've replaced them with Okafor. Okay, fine. But for the Premier League, for the step up, for the fact that Dan James isn't looking anywhere near it at the minute, Aronson and Harrison are still coming on for Leeds in 2020. As I say, put the results to the side. Put the results to the side right now. We're going to get better with Tanaka in there. We're going to be better. We're going to be... we're going to be better off. We're going to be better off. Sorry, I'm just getting distracted by some of the comments there. We're going to be better off with Tanaka and Ampadu, of course. But players had to leave. And they knew what was going to happen. They knew what was going to happen if that didn't, if that didn't happen, if players didn't go. It's Hamer. It's Hamer or nothing, this. It literally is Hamer or nothing. So now we turn our attention to Gustavo Hamer. Right, let's have a look. Leeds always the same. Good stream, so thanks, Jazz. Ruben says, Connor, how much of an issue with signings have to do with Farker as the manager? We already know the recruitment team is subpar, overall disappointing. I think there's something to do with that. I do think there is something there with Farker, obviously, because if he doesn't want to play a Farker, will make it unequivocally clear that, I'm even looking at Okafor at the weekend, and he is fixed. He wouldn't be on the bench. In any realm of football, if a player is on the bench, he's fit to play. At least he's fit to play 15, 20 minutes. And we're going to be against the ball a hell of a lot this season. We're going to be against the ball. So I'm thinking the reason that Ramazani went out was because he wasn't apparently good enough defensively and off the ball. That's what we were led to believe. So I'm really hoping that Noah Okafor is okay on the ball. I'm begging he's okay on the ball. Off the ball. I'm begging he's good defensively. If he's not good defensively, and if he's going to move out of this sort of shape, it's going to be Jack Harrison a lot of the time. But I'm really hoping that Farker is convinced by him, because I'm getting worried now, even with the players coming in. This is what I was mentioning the other day on the stream. If they don't stylistically fit Daniel Farker, he just won't use them. He just will not use them. So that is something you have to take into context. The manager has to, we brought in Ramazani. It was theoretically completely pointless last year bringing in Ramazani. Jed Spence was a completely pointless signing. They're just two examples that have come off the top of my head. There has been pointless signings that you go out and get. So you've got to make sure. I just want them to be aligned with the manager in terms of recruitment. Otherwise, there's no point. And maybe in the long term, Ramazani will be good. And it will work. But I don't know. Martin's donated £5. Cheers, Martin. Joe Tiffany says we're done. Oh, God. Oh, we must be then. God, it's poor, though, isn't it? I am. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think he's got his own problems. I think he is, but he said at the weekend he needs 2 more bodies in. And you cannot go out and do nothing after the manager says that. It's a bad look. It's an awful look. And we all know it anyway. We all need bodies in. If Farker would have come out throughout and gone, I'm happy with the squad. But he's not happy. And as I've said, we all know that Daniel Farker has more excuses than a pregnant nun. We all know that. But at the end of the day, he's not wrong with the signings. He's not wrong. It is piss poor planning from the 49ers. You're right, Sujal. You've got to go out and you've got to get players that improve the squad, of course. Ross asked, do you have any ideas as to what the personal issues are that Hamer is having. From what I've been told, mate, we're just away from the valuation. That's what it is. That's what it is. So whether or not it's the original loan fee, because we're too close to PSR, maybe Leeds thought that they'd be able to spend a little bit more money because they'd be able to get players out. And maybe they've just not been able to do that because there's not been enough interest. But from what I was told at about 9 o'clock, Leeds haven't met the valuation yet. But there is no way around it. PSR is a problem here. It's a massive problem. Adam, I get what you're saying there to a certain extent, mate. I get what you're saying to a certain extent, and you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But selling a player contributes to profit and sustainability rules because it generates profit that counts towards your club's balance sheet. Okay? So what we will never know is how much value are we actually getting for these players? You know, are you getting... Are Leeds actively trying to sell, Adam, Joel Peru? Are Leeds actively trying to sell Pascal Stroud? Are Leeds actively trying to sell Willie Gnonto? Peru gets good value, in my opinion. I wouldn't want Gnonto to leave, but if it means that there's a spread of caliber in the squad, you might have to look at that. Same with Pascal. There will... See, Adam, I disagree. I think there's 100% got to be, especially with a negotiating team as stringent as the Niners, there has got to be players that we can go out and get because we've been able to sell players for a certain profit. Have they actually been going out there and saying Joel Peru's for sale? Has that even been a thing? Because we've not heard it really anywhere. But that would have been surely a tactic. We were all talking about it pre-season. Will he adapt to the Premier League? No. Or he might do in spells in terms of coming off the bench, but it's not a good matchup for him. The team abroad might be, Dutch League or Italian League a little bit slower, but it's not good. Have we been actively trying to get rid of Joel Peru? I bet we haven't, buying close-offs, but I could be wrong, of course. Have we been actively seeking to maybe get rid of Pascal Stroud, which we might need to have done, I don't know. I don't know. But of course that contributes to PSR. Of course it does. We've just not seen enough sales this window. But what I will say in the back of what Adam's saying is there is absolutely no way that PSR isn't having an impact right now. It 100% is having an impact because we wouldn't be going for loans for Hamer. We're trying to get him. What I understood was that we were trying to get him and sign him for an obligation next season for 15 to 20 million quid. That's all you need to know. My thing would be, if you can't get rid of him, if you can't bring players in, just don't get rid of Ramazani. Just don't get rid of Ramazani. Don't do it. But do you then just take the hit on PSR? That's another conversation. It's another conversation. Colin says, maybe they don't want to give Farker money to spend with Big Sam coming in to rescue us in Jan. We won't stay up with this team even without injuries. I agree, Col. I agree. And thanks for your donation. But in calls normally, when Colin's, that's bad because Colin is normally one of the real positive ones in here. Yeah, it's going to be very tough. Can he be called back? No, he can't. Leeds wanted a recall clause in his contract, and Valencia said no. So, there you go. Uncle Tony Pony says, agree the outgoings have been so poor. That's hampered our ability to buy. So now we have a 4-5 out of 10 window. If we get Hamer 6, still, but quite poor. I think, Jay, that's it, James. That's it, mate. That's it. That really is it. So much pressure now on Okafor, Metcha, and DCL to all perform. I mean, DCL's injuries, it's not as bad as people think. He's had one big one in the last 2 years. Okafor, it's just more about physical readiness. That's what it is. And well, I mean, look, it's just been one game with Farke not putting him on. But if Leeds are, I don't know, does he just... I think Farke's big thing is trust, isn't it? Farke's big thing is trust. Who will he trust more in certain situations with what we know Farke's like? Is it going to be Harrison or Okafor? I'm hedging my bet somewhere. Well, I was told there was something in this. So again, I don't know. Maybe they're trying to work something out a bit later on down the line or in a different window. But I was told about 2 or 3 weeks ago he was someone who we were looking at, Isaac Price. Yeah. I think I briefly mentioned it on a room mill, but apparently we were looking at him. I'm not on air delivery coffees, mate. I've not even had breakfast yet. I've just been sat here for like nigh on however many hours. Going for an 80 million for Pajau. Yeah, Bell backward again, lad. I know, mate. I know. KP licking his lips. What do you realistically think we're going to do? I mean, 81% of you now in the poll. There's 2,600 votes. Just Buendia. Happy. 19% would have said. I'll tell you what. There's loads of you in the chat now. I'm going to say to you, start a poll. Right. Here's one for you. Answer that in the chat. What do you think? Do Leeds stay up with the current squad? Honestly, do you think look, and there'll be a few of you in the chat who say yes. Yeah, we will. I guess it just depends, doesn't it? It's just very, very, very weak now. I think the issue is the other teams as well. The other teams strengthening. We've been speaking about West Ham. They've strengthened the last couple of days. Wolves strengthened. Sunderland strengthened. Brentford strengthened. $84 of you saying no. 84%. Can we recall Ramazani? No, we can't. Do you think... So, you know, when you look at... Let's have a look at this team, right? Let's try spin it, right? Because I know we're all annoyed. But let's just have a look at this as a level, right? Custom lineup. That, I think, is a good team. Oh, we've got Hamer in there. We'll remove him. But we'll go to a 4-3-3. So full set. Take Hamer out and we put... Oh, it's going to have to be James, isn't it? James. Dan James. Daniel James. Okay. So this... Oh, no, we don't have to have James in there, do we? So if this is how it is going forward, guys, I think there's a chance that we do stay up. That we do stay up. Yes, Connor. Yes, Connor. Yes, Connor. Yes, we do stay up. And then you've got James, Metcha, Piru. Oh, why didn't they keep Ramazani? Fucking hell, why didn't they keep Ramazani? Fuck's sake. But anyway, excuse my French. Non-tone Bogle, get him on that right side. The problem is it's just keeping that team, innit? It's keeping that team. All right, okay, sorry. Apologies. Move Bear across posts. Apologies. Sorry. There we go. So, I think that team, look at the back line and you think James Justin's in there. Good addition. Midfield, Longstaff's still there as well, isn't he? Going forward, you've still got James, who will hopefully improve. Metcha is back up to Calvert-Lewin in Peru. Okafor is a little bit by himself out there. Or Harrison, I guess. Harrison is a backup for Okafor. It's weak, but I would like Harrison as maybe left back. I don't mind that now. I'm just kind of coming around to that because he's not nowhere near the front of the pitch, which is fine. Perry, I think, has been an improvement. Honestly, I do. Beal is an improvement on the back line. Stack is obviously an improvement. Tanaka and Ampadu coming back will be massive. I think the issue is Parag's message very recently has been that they want to add people up front. Farkas said he wants 2 in at the weekend. Or add more in up front, didn't he? It's just not a good look. And all this time, we've just been waiting for that player, and I thought it would happen. I genuinely thought it would happen. I think when you look at the transfer window, it feels harsh now. But I think the keeper was big. The back line has been good so far, albeit a terrible game against Arsenal, which we were poorly set up against. Midfield looks good, all fit. Got to add Grove in there, I guess, as well. Heat map. And then the front is the slight issue. If they'd have kept Ramazani, I wouldn't be this upset, to be honest, but it is what it is. That just was the most bozo decision they could have made. But if they keep them fit and Okafor hits the ground running, you never know. You never know. I think Dominic Calvert-Lewin is going to be a good signing. I think Metch is going to be a good signing. It's just, it could have been a lot better. This could have been a lot better. A hell of a lot better. Butter knife in a sword fight. Yeah. But something's clearly gone off in the background. As Matt says, with Parag's messaging, something must have gone wrong. It must have. Because they've all, like, for everywhere, haven't they? They've both been saying Farker and Parag's been like, we wait till the back end of the window, and yeah, we want to add going forward, and this, that, and the other. Farker said he wants to add going forward. Yeah, I know, Chris. I've seen it. I know, mate. Alan Back says no creativity at all. 0 goals in open play in our first 3. It's not looking good going forward. Yeah, and that's what I mean. I think we've made upgrades. I do think we've made upgrades. I don't think it's been as terrible as people will say it. Everyone's going to say it's been a horrific window. It hasn't. Stack's a top signing. Just because you've not spent 40 million on him doesn't mean it's not a top signing. If you look at that team, you have invested in your spine, which was the big thing. Calvert-Lewin, I do understand. It's because of these. It's been a nightmare. It has been a nightmare in terms of players that they've been going for and players that they've evidently missed out on. This is what I'm saying to you guys. You'll get played the fiddle as well, that they were never in for Hamer. They were in for Hamer. They have been in for Hamer. From what I was told anyway, from a pretty nailed on source, it was just Leeds couldn't meet that valuation. So, I don't know. Believe it or not believe it, but we will get this now, this peddled to us that we were never in for him. We were. Buendia looks like we've gone in for a very desperate late loan. That's not worked either. It all feels very desperate. Your mates at a club. I've said this before. It's 2 a.m. He can't pull a bird. It's a girl. It's cringy to watch. It's horrendous. Desperate. But I also think the start of it's all right. As in, the defence and midfield of the side. I don't think it's bad. But it is just a lack of power going forward. And we've all seen it. So creative-wise, we're kind of looking at Tanaka to break through the lines and Okafor to be the main guy, I guess. And James to improve, Nonto to go out on that right. But as Chronicles has quite rightly said, you've missed out on over a dozen verified targets. It's also not a good sign for the fans, and you can see that in my chat. I have a community here, and you can see it in the chat here. People are raging at this, raging. What we're all thinking. What are we all thinking? Yeah, people are fuming. A few defeats at home and Ellen Road will turn toxic. Callum says people need to calm down. It's what happens on the pitch that matters. 4 points from 9. Yeah. I think that's what I mean. It's not been, and we're obviously we're a bit upset that we've not got anyone in, but it's not been a disastrous win. It looks awful, Cal. It looks awful, mate. From a Leeds United standpoint, we just mentioned on the channel around about 2 hours ago that if they get nobody in, after effectively, promising us or saying that they're going to go and get an attacker, they're going to go and get a forward player, they're going to go and do this, they're going to go and do that. Farker wants 2 attacking players. The verified sources that we've missed out on. I know what you're saying about 4 points in 9, mate. I think I think the reality of it is like these squads have come together now. So, for example, Everton, let's say against us, didn't have the starting fullbacks. Looks like they're, but like, you know, they're going to be well more of a tight-knitted squad when they come up against us next time. You know, when you look at Newcastle, next time out, you know, they're going to have Anthony Gordon. They're going to have like a Voltmada. You know, they're going to have a Jan Visser. Teams in the round as a strengthening as well. I think, look, we've done really well so far. 4 points in 9. Cal, I've mentioned it several times, mate. It's a good thing, but I think you got to fill out that squad, and especially going forward because, you know, it's evident to everybody that we look toothless in the attacking third at the minute. And the positive is Okafor's still got to come in, right? Okafor at some stage is going to come in and hopefully make an impact. DCL's going to score. Hopefully, Metra's going to, you know, add to it. And we've seen positive signs from that Newcastle game. The problem is, mate, we've leveled up in terms of the competition. I've mentioned this before, like fullbacks defending space instead of players. And then, you know, following on was then defending players. But there's such an elite mentality level up. And the teams that we're going to be facing are going to be like honed a little bit more now as well because it's post-transfer window. They'll have gelled a little bit more. And hopefully we've improved as well in that respect in terms of gelling a little bit more with Okafor and Stack and all this sort of stuff. But to not sign anyone on the last day after what we've been told, and Cal as well, mate, just to add to this, how long can that continue with like no open play goals? How long can that continue with the lack of potency up front, mate? You're getting to that point at which you're in the final third and there's so many bad decisions that are being made. You know, I thought if they'd have brought in like a Hamer or brought in a Buendia, that would have meant Anton Stack comes off corners. That's a Farker decision, by the way. But Stack comes off corners. We actually have height in the box. But it feels like that is what we're going to go with. That's our mantra. Connor, Leeds linked 32-year-old centre-back. I have no idea who he is, mate. No idea who he is. I presume that's just agent talk. Presume it is, mate. I have no idea who he is. Kirsch says, cheers, Liam, as well, mate. LUFC, sorry. Kirsch says, I get PSR as an issue, but there's no excuse for not using the loan market. There is no excuse for so many deals falling through incompetence. Yeah, can't disagree with that. Matt says, appreciate all the efforts all summer, Con. With the desperate effort to get Buendia falling flat, who would you try? Hamer, mate. Everything's got to go on red. Everything's got to go on red. And whatever the club will spin us at the end, they have been looking at Hamer. There's been conversations, there's been a fee, there's been everything. Apparently Leeds were close. Very, very close. I was told this morning it's between 1 to 3 million difference in valuation. That's what I was told. Could be wrong, but that's what I was told. And it makes, you know, when you're talking about the longevity, Adam Pope and Barron have said this morning that you look at like the distance, you look at everything when it comes to how can Leeds United effectively get this done? How can we actually get this done? You know, with regards to, you know, the times, planes, all this sort of stuff. You know, if you're looking for a foreign player, right now, Gus Hamer is 40 minutes away in Sheffield. 40 minutes away. You are at a point right now where you might have to turn around if they can and offer a bigger loan fee if they can. But once again, they might not be able to. Or you might just have to take the risk. You might just have to take the risk that we've seen many other clubs do. But I don't think they'll do that. I don't think they'll do that. So Hamer, it's got to be all on red, mate. I'd prefer Hamer to Buendia anyway, to be honest with you. I would. But if I'm Hamer, would I do it? Would I do it if I'm like 6th, 7th, 8th choice, you know? The window's not been horrific, but I think there's a lot of red flags in there. I don't think it's been a horrific one, but it's been nowhere near good enough, I don't think. And am I confident? Like, I could have been confident going out of this. Genuinely. Because I'm impressed with the signings. You guys have been in the room. I've been very positive about all the signings, really. There's been a couple I've been a bit like, eh. But you guys know, on the whole, I've been really happy about what we've done. But 2 more coming in would have really given me that, obviously dependent on who they were, but the names we've been speaking about, I'd have gone, yeah, that we will stay up. Now I'm very on the fence. Very on the fence about us staying up. Mark says, you eaten yet? I haven't, mate. No, I haven't. How long have I been on this? Like, I've been sat at my computer now since 7 a.m. So, no, mate, I haven't eaten yet. Could do with the coffee, like, or something. Ryan says, we won the damn league, for God's sake. This looks bad on us, but who knows? Still time. Exactly right. Classic Panda says, with the identified target seemingly off the table, would your realistic choices... sorry, mate. With the identified target seemingly now off the table, who would be your realistic choices? Let's say a striker and a winger. Winger. Classic, mate. I couldn't give you one. A winger. I'd have said Bakwa. For Forest, I'd have said Armand Loriente. Sassuolo. A little bit of interest there at the very beginning. I'd have said probably Solomon. You've used the word realistic. Solomon. All off the table now. Striker. There's no way I've been convinced we're not getting a striker, mate, since after we signed DCL and gave him the number 9 and he's on 90 to 100 grand a week. You don't sign someone on 100 grand a week as Leeds United and have them on the bench. It just doesn't happen like that. Can anyone help me out here? Can anyone help me out? Striker and a winger. Realistic. Can anyone help me out with Panda's comment? What do you think? Let us know in the chat. Cheers, guys. It'd be great if you did like the video. It's been a long one so far. What do you think to this? Could you think of any? Thanks, Jacob, Chris Allen, and Jacob. Jacob Allen, presumably. Good to see you in here, buddy. It's not realistic, Timmy. Sargent's not realistic. Yeah, not our job. Realism. I think they're at the point right now that if the deal that I was talking about with Hamer was 2 million quid up front, I said it to you guys a couple of days ago, 2 million up front, maybe they thought that they were going to get a fee for Elan Melier, and the fee for Elan Melier would be able to be invested into a loan fee for Gustavo Hamer. Maybe. And they don't feel confident that they're going to get Melier done that. Maybe that's why they can't move on Hamer. Maybe that's what it is. Because if they're 1 to 3 million quid apart, which is what I've been told, they're 1 to 3 million quid apart, that would mean that that's surely got to be the loan fee. Because the 15 to 20 million valuation falls into the next tax bracket year. So presumably, this means that they need to sell Melier or someone within that remit. They have to do that to then be able to go for Hamer. That's it. The voice note I got this morning from everyone who's been here with me, you all heard what I said earlier on when I got that voice note. Leeds can go in. He thought Veerman was going to go to Brentford after Brentford lost Visser, and then PSV were going to go in with that money for Hamer. That hasn't happened now because Veerman's staying at PSV. He just said to me, Leeds are about 1 to 3 million quid. She said to me, I should say, 1 to 3 million quid apart in the valuation. Guys, they've got no money. They've got no money. It is abundantly clear. There's no money. No money. So what they've tried to do, I think they've thought that they were going to sell money. They've spent over 100 million quid. They have thought that they were going to sell more players than they have done. I would like to see who they're actively trying to sell. That's what I would like to see. Once again, I mentioned this previously. I think I said it to Leeds Lens in the chat. Have they tried to actively say that, you know, Peru was going out? Farker must have been aware of the situation. Parag must have been aware of the situation, like in the pre-Everton comments. So both of them must have been aware of the situation. So what's happened? Has a sale that they thought was potentially going to go through not gone through? As I've just mentioned, Meslier could be one. Trying to think of others. Meslier. Has to be it, doesn't it? It has to be that. Maybe they thought he was going to go through. They're absolutely, they're just too close. I think the 49ers would spend money, but I think they're too close to PSR. I've not sold enough. Their outgoings have not been good. Let's have a look at the outgoings. Have a look at the outgoings this year. Let's have a look. So Leeds have spent Leeds have spent around about 100 million, 98 million euros. That's what Leeds have spent according to Transfermarkt. They've made is this right? Guys, get in the chat and let me know. So they'll have thought that they were going to sell Harrison, but they've not been able to because Everton didn't move on him and no one else did. They'd have thought they were going to make a bit of money on potentially an Aronson loan with fees attached to that, and that's good for PSR. That's not happened. So Leeds United, this window, Charlie Crew's gone out on loan. Isaac Schmidt has gone out on loan. Joe Gelhardt has gone out on loan. Joseph has gone out on loan. Ramazani has gone out on loan. Bearing in mind, this does contribute to PSR a little bit, the loan fees, they do. Max Verber has gone out on loan, so not made any money on Verber. We all thought that was going to be 5 million quid. Joseph, I thought, might have gone for a permanent 10 to 15 million quid. That hasn't happened. Schmidt, we all thought was going to be, obviously, it's, you know, there's obligations and options and stuff, but as of right now, Firpo, free transfer. Leeds United have made 8 million euros. 8 million euros. We've not made enough money. Let's get into a couple more comments as well, everybody. Sorry, there's loads coming in. Leeds Lens, shout out to you, mate. Thank you. About Underwood. Was it a mistake? It's a risk, isn't it, going into the Premier League and having a new recruitment guy who's never worked in recruitment before at the top level. I think it's mixed. Obviously, it will be based on if Leeds stay up or go down, and obviously January, but you effectively can be relegated before January, can't you? I think there's legitimate concerns. I do understand that. But there was a strong sort of internal responsibility alignment that he was the right guy. You know, I think Hammond recommended him, didn't he? So Josh says, here's some money towards another coffee. Cheers, brother. Thank you, my friend. Pete says, here's some money for therapy. Thanks, mate. Don't send me money for therapy, money. I appreciate that, though, mate. Thank you. Nicola says, here's your coffee. It's time left. Stay plus. Thanks, man. But Connor, they were in for Pajau and Muniz, a combined total of around 60, 70 million quid. We've only brought in Okafor 20 million quid. Yeah, those were before, though, weren't they? I mean, Muniz was right at the start before. I mean, that bid went in before I think we'd brought the majority of our players in, hadn't they? Before, I think Biol had come in, but it's before Stack, before Okafor. So you got to think about where the club were at that point, mate. And would we have then gone for an Okafor? I don't know. If we'd have bought those players in, we obviously wouldn't have done, would we? I know you're saying a combined total of around 60, 70 million, but then we'd have probably managed our other acquisitions, wouldn't we? Maybe got loans in, maybe done this, that, and the other, maybe gone for free transfers. I don't know. But you'd have had to work around that PSR restraint. Of course you would. Yeah. Right, guys. What I'm going to do, because I am dying. This has been like 4 hours worth and we've not done anything yet. What I'm going to do is just for my sanity, I'm going to come back on at 6. We'll do 6. No, we won't. We'll do 5 or 6. 5 or 6. 5. Do 5 or 6. What? Hold on, I'll put a poll in the chat. What would be better for you guys? 5 or 6? I'm gonna have to literally take a break, otherwise I'm actually gonna die of hunger. Start a poll. What is better for you? For you, 5 or 6 o'clock? Get it in the chat. What's better? Let me know. Charlie says, what I don't get is we've spent 10 million on a backup fullback. Why not use those funds? We are desperate in attack. Just don't. Charlie as well. Just don't loan Ramazani out, mate. Just don't do that. Don't loan him out. Why not 5:30? Okay, if you want me to do 5:30, I can do that. You guys are so awkward. Right. Do us a favour, everybody. Slap a like on the video. Okay. I'll come back at 5:30. But we'll be back for another absolute bumper. Might try and get Oscar on and a few others, everybody. So join me then. Thanks so much, you absolute legends. Leave a like on the video, and we'll be back out. We'll do 5:30 then. We'll do 5:30. We'll be back at 5:30 GMT for another bumper live. Guys, it's been an absolute pleasure. I'll see you in a bit. Cheers.